We got everybody together. We're going to start in a minute. We've got a new process set up here, so if I give the staff enough opportunity, they want a 1 minute to get everything set up in the back room, so we'll start here in just a minute or so. Man, everybody's way too quiet.
That would have been.
Well, I know they're only an hour and 45 minutes late in the line. 17 hours. Thanks for your phone call. I might hit here. I'll remember that the next time they need to.
Okay. We'll go ahead and call the work session together today, and first item on the agenda is citizens' comments. I believe we have one individual that would like to speak.
Yes, sir, we do. Mayor, we have Kayet Boyd. I hope I pronounced that right. And he's speaking on item 60. And Mr. Boyd, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. I'm going to be brief today. As some of you might already be aware, since we've been in contact with the city manager's office, we do have item 60 coming up where we're requesting approval of an accessory dwelling unit and a variance to the rear setback in the yard. I'm just here today to reiterate that we're not only going to be seeking approval for the variance request on the rear setback. We're no longer seeking approval of the ADU. We've currently applied for the permits to make necessary modifications to that building, and we've been informed that we need the variance so that we can continue to bring the building under compliance. So I just wanted to make City Council aware of that before for this evening's City Council meeting. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next is a city operations update, and I believe we have a proclamation. So, Lynette, if I can get you to join me and your staff.
Come on up, guys. Come on up.
So we have a proclamation for Library Card Sign Up Month. I didn't realize until I was really involved as the mayor, the amount of work and the amount of programming and the amount of activities that our library program puts together. But my wife is an avid reader and attends and promotes almost everything that they do, and it's been very rewarding for me and eye-opening to see how much you do and how much you give back to the community, how much of an opportunity you have for our seniors and our youth and the programs that you produce. So from my perspective, thank you all very, very much for what you do in our community. So we have a proclamation, Library Card Sign-Up Month promotes the value of library membership and the residence card that provides free access to information, new technologies, home resources, and materials that have a potential to change a person's life and bring them immediate enjoyment. And whereas the library the Irving Public Library mission is to provide a gateway to knowledge and discover by building connections between resources, services, and events with residents. And whereas during Library Card Sign-Up Month, parents, caregivers, and students are reminded that a library card, a child's most important school supply, is the first step toward academic achievements and a lifetime of learning. And whereas libraries build communities by supporting literacy and long-time learning, and coordinate programs for all ages that bring people together to share ideas, discover new interests, and to discuss issues of common concern. And whereas the Irving Public Library staff travel beyond the library into the city to spread their love of literacy and inform residents of library offerings and the way in which libraries continue to expand their services to meet the needs of our community. Now, therefore, I, Rick Stover, Mayor of the City of Irving, and the Irving City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2024 as Library Card Sign-Up Month. Where's Lynette? I'll present that to you, but I'll let you also speak, and then we'll take a picture.
Did you prepare something? You can. Thank you all for being here. We invite you all to visit your local library. We have a special library card that was designed by our graphics team for Library Card Sign-Up Month, and we are partnering with several local restaurants to help promote their businesses, and they will be offering discounts on their menus and offering some free items if you come in and show your Irving Public Library card in the month of September. I want to thank my wonderful team here for all of their hard work in fostering those partnerships within our communities and helping to market and promote it. Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Appreciate y'all.
Thanks, Chris. Wonderful. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Thanks, y'all. Good to see you. Thank you. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for coming.
Okay, now we'll go into the review of the regular agenda. Item number 2 is a public hearing, the first on the City of Irving fiscal year budget. Item 3 is a public hearing, number 1, on the fiscal year 24-25 proposed tax rate. Item just number, it says you're Al, but I know you're Brad.
Oh, goodness, yeah. Boy, I've got some freedom to speak today. No.
You can use dirty words.
Yeah. That's how we start our morning, I guess. We got it switched off different. But there was some languaging posted on this, what I think is literally impossible, even though, as y'all know, I'm very prone to complain about the property tax. But it says that each resident or whatever is having 11 point something % tax increase. If you're a homestead owner, that's literally not even possible. And why is it reflecting 11-something% when that's, to me, that's not accurate? And again, I'm not a big fan of tax increases either, but I think it's also good to be honest. And so the information's out there. Can you explain that? Because I thought we were capped at 10%, which is very robust. I don't like that either, but we're not actually at 11%, are we?
No, sir. Brett Starr, Chief Financial Officer. That calculation is, again, mandated by state law, which I went on about at Budget Retreat most fulsomely. But the way that calculation works is that is calculated off the increase in the average homestead. And so what that is taking into account is not only the increase of existing homes, but also the addition of new homes to the taxable value. And if you're familiar with some of the new developments we're having new homes built in Irving over $500,000 on average in several subdivisions in the east and north and central parts of the city. So that is what is spiking that up. So if you look at the total tax increase on the average residential homestead, that is where they're getting the 11.5%.
So that includes new construction of never before valued homes, which is, to me, that's 100% of whatever it was
Yes.
before. And again, I think the max, which to me is unacceptable, but it's a state issue. Here's the issue I have with the state. We're posting, basically required to post, what is a fake number? For your current homeowners, nobody will be paying 11-something more percent, because if they have a homestead, at least, if they have a rental home, that's a different story. But if they have a homestead, it's capped at 10%. And so to me, I think it's a problem that we're being required to post a false number, because I can go in and calculate it each year. If we keep the tax rate where it is, I'll be paying more based on my valuation, basically my taxable value. And if the tax rate went down, you still may be paying more depending on what your value did.
Correct.
And the tax rate certainly is not going up. We've locked it at a maximum of what it was last year.
If you also look 2 lines down on that form, it shows that the value increase based on the tax rate is 0 because we are keeping the tax rate the same. But also, if you go into the 10-page calculation form, new construction is deducted from our calculation of the effective tax rate and the the voter approval rate. But in this instance, what we have required to post does not track with what we're required to do in calculating the effective rate and the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate.
And this
So,
total
inconsistent.
tax of 14-something% increase, again, that includes commercial properties, maybe some new builds that have just gone on the tax rolls.
That's correct.
And see, that's very frustrating to me, because the number is even more false with, like, we're wanting to encourage valuable new development, assuming it fits wherever it's going and it's under the correct zoning. And so, and I'm all for disclosing what the revenues were last year with what they are this year. I think that's very important. I think transparency is important. But when transparency rules create a false impression, that's just not good for anybody. It's very frustrating to the homeowner. It's frustrating to a business owner. So it's my only comment about that is, and I don't think we've had a lot of efforts, because I think what the state's trying to do is foster transparency and do what they think's right, and they're being very aggressive about it. And I'll go back to this. I've asked Brett to do a chart where the state sales tax has gone through the roof, and there's absolutely zero cap on that. For what we've done in the last 10 years, if the state would shut off sales tax at no new revenue, we take the excess and pay back our homeowners even, but our businesses, that would lower our property tax rate. And that would be the most effective thing we could immediately do, is cut off the sales tax that goes to the state at some point and provide relief to the homeowners, to the point where our property tax rate would effectively be cut significantly. I mean, I bet you we could do half, maybe. So, anyway, thank you.
Al,
Yeah, let me not only support what Brad has brought up, but if in fact that is the case and there's a cap, that's going to have an impact on the cost of goods. And it should start to then, the competitiveness of the free market will start to modify it, maybe bring it down. So I kind of think it'd be an interesting two-way way to knock that one in the head. So, thank you.
Well, we've got our state legislature meeting this year, so we'll try to visit about some of these things. But I think realistically, one of the challenges we have in the city of Irving is a good share of our construction is commercial. And so that gets thrown in with the residential, and it's a whole, it doesn't really make sense when you really look at it. And then they also don't take into consideration that with a lot of these things that we do, we have abatements. And so we don't see all those dollars that are created by that increased in value. Yet they also don't understand the TIFs and the PIDs that we have in place, that those dollars that are increased in there do not really go to the general fund. They go to those separate districts. So, and really the money that comes out of the increase in that, in those funds basically goes, it's divided up within that area of that entity, and the only dollars that really come out of there are what it costs the city for making sure we cover our operation and bond debt. So there's so much more to the way our system is set up that if you don't really know how to sit down and go through the numbers, it can look differently. But when the reality of it is, your tax increase is basically based upon what your increase in your property was for that year, which has a cap of 10%. So you hope it doesn't go up 10%, but that's kind of the way we have. And later on, we'll talk about the fact that how do we appoint people to the appraisal district to make this happen. And what's crazy is there's one. The county gets one, the city gets one, and the school gets one, and then the rest of the cities together, the other, in the county of Texas, we get one. So we've got to figure out how to get one person, and then all the rest of the school districts get one. So that's basically out of the, Brad, you can probably.
Well, I was going to say that system's getting worse too, in my opinion, because it's now going to, won't necessarily get one.
No.
It's going to be based on an amalgamation of votes that they've said, according to levy, all within the county for 5 spots. And so
Oh, really?
it's a, I don't want to step too far out wherever KO's left, I guess, so I can, but
We're talking about
that
tax.
system has totally changed, that tax system, and how our properties will be valued. We may not ever see another person from the suburban cities on that board with the new calculations. So
we're at the whim of other people on how this all plays out. All right.
Mayor, one more thing, if you don't mind.
Sure.
While I have the microphone, legal has asked me to advise that the public hearings on the budget and tax rate tonight are just another public input. The two that will count towards the truth and taxation public input for adopting the budget will be held on September 5th and September 9th, the 5th at 7 p.m. and the 9th at 6:30 p.m. I just wanted to get that out there because legal asked nicely on the way in. Thank you.
Okay. The next items on our agenda are the approval of minutes from the work session. And item 6 is amending ordinance number 2023-10795, providing budget adjustment number 8 to the 23-24 fiscal year budget. Item number 7 is a resolution approving the 5th amendment to the amended and restated interlocal agreement between the City of Irving and the Dallas County Utility Reclamation District concerning accelerated waterway maintenance projects, infrastructure, and other projects within the City of Irving's tax increment reinvestment zone, number 1, the TIF zone. Item number 8 is approval of the amended City of Irving investment policy. Item number 9 is resolution approving the election services contract with Dallas County on behalf of the Dallas County Elections Administrator in the amount not to exceed $460,000 to administer the special election to be held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, for the purpose of submitting to the qualified Chapter 174 of the Texas Local Government Code. Collective bargaining should be adopted to the City of Irving. Item number 10 is approving submission of the Victims of Crime and Act Formula Grant Program application to the Office of the Governor, Criminal Justice Division, and designating the city manager as the authorized official to apply for, accept, reject, alter, or terminate the grant on behalf of the City of Irving. Item number 11 is resolution L.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead, I'll wait. I wanted to talk about, or bring up a question on 9.
Okay.
Do you want me to do it now or later?
No, go ahead. Let's go back and talk.
Okay, on 9, Shanae, this is probably for you in specific.
Yes, sir.
What is the cost of our, when we run an election in May, which is our local interim of the major national elections that like we're going to have this November 5th? The difference in cost. 'Cause
Okay, so May elections typically cost about $80,000 or $90,000, and then a runoff would cost $110,000 or $20,000. So it depends on if you have a runoff.
Thank you. I think it's critical because the costs that we're having to bore and or bear, I guess is another way of looking at it, in this, when we have this kind of a presidential election, really does ratchet up almost, 5 to 1. So I think that's something we need to think about before we approve anything like that.
Okay, item number 11 is a resolution renewing the agreement with Avient Special Benefits LLC in the total estimated amount of $2,428,200 for stop-loss insurance for the City of Irving for insuring Carrier and its affiliates. Item number 12 is a resolution approving an agreement between the City of Irving and the Standard Insurance Company in the estimated annual amount of $141,809.14 for group life insurance, for life, accidental death, and dismemberment insurance. Item number 13 is approval of an additional $2 million in expenses. That says $2 million, right? Yeah. Expenditures with McGruff Insurance Services, Inc. in the total contract amount not to exceed $12,920,000 for property and casualty insurance and risk management consulting services. Brad, we're paying our insurance bills.
Yeah, we certainly are. So this is due to escalating premiums, I think is the additional $2 million, but these are literally the premiums we pay for basically a city building if it was damaged or a fire apparatus or a maintenance truck or anything. This is basically our property and casualty, which also, I guess, include injury of somebody.
Yes, sir. Councilman Jason Hardy, Workforce Services Manager. These are the premiums we pay for our excess policies as well as our property policies for our casualty fund. So any injuries, any liability claims, workers' comp, property damage, vehicle damage, all that is what's covered under this additional insurance here.
So additional $2 million, Chris, Brett, is what % of our budget? Because, I mean, to me, inflation's real. You're facing increased costs, so the idea of no new revenue is great. I'd love it, but we've got increased costs. Like, if we can't insure our buildings and our property, that's not a good state of affairs.
Yeah, Brent, our general fund's about 250. Yes, it's about 1%. Yeah, so it's about, just about 1%, yeah, of just the general fund.
Thank you.
Just under a penny. Penny's worth $4 million, so $500,000. Half penny. Al?
Thank you, Mayor. Give me a sense of, and this is probably for you, our city manager, as well as Brett, what's the slope as to the increase of insurance costs, because they are definitely going up. What's the percent on that?
So I've actually got in this presentation what's done for the last several years here. If you don't mind, I'll share it with you real quick. So just so you know, this is our total insured value of our property that we have right now, $746 million. We do have a multi-layered program on our property. We have a $100 million limit for any single incident to cover that. We do have deductibles on there for wind, hail, named storm, 3% of the insured value at each location. Anything else, $100,000. Casualty programs, as Councilman was talking about, we have a crime policy, a cyber policy, drone policy, special events that covers like July 4th, and a fine arts policy. We're self-insured on most of our casualty, though, and we do purchase the excess insurance once it reaches a certain threshold. Then we'll get reimbursed from an insurance carrier. Our self-insured programs, workers' comp, general liability, auto liability, law enforcement liability, and public officials and employment practices liability. So here's where you're going, Councilman. We've had several years of a hard market. The second quarter of 2023 was the 23rd consecutive quarter that property and casualty premiums have increased across the industry, not just city, just in general. At that same time period, property rates had increased around 18.3% each year. Property premiums are determined by several factors: total insured square feet, the risk zone you're in, whether it's a hail zone, a tornado zone, flood zone, the age and the type of roofs, and actually your loss history plays a small portion of your premiums. Whereas like on a workers' comp, you look at loss history, property premiums, it's such a small percent of what they actually use. For us, between 22-23 and 23-24, our property premiums increased 28%. The total premiums across all lines of coverage and that same time period increased 24%. The reason why we came back and we're asking for more money is because no one anticipated when we did this contract back in, I believe it was September of 22 to be effective October 1 of 22, that we would be hit with a 24% increase across the line for insurance. It just wasn't on the radar for anybody. Our consultants went down to our annual risk management conference. It wasn't talked about there. No one anticipated it being hit that hard. And so obviously we need the extra $2 million to make sure we're all covered.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. But to your point, Brad, that's a half cent on the tax, which we reduced 3 years ago. So we do it when we can. Item number 12 is a resolution approving an agreement between the City of Irving and the Standard Insurance Company in an estimated amount of $141,809.14 for accidental death and dismemberment. Item number 13 is approving an additional $2 million expenditure with McGruff Insurance Services in the total estimated amount to exceed $12,900,000. That explained all of that. Item 14 is approval and interlocal agreement with Forensic Laboratory Services between the City of Irving and the Dallas County acting through Southwest Institute for Forensic Sciences for toxicology, forensic, environmental, and physical evidence analysis for the Irving Police Department in the total not to exceed estimate of $2,500,000 from October 1 of 2024 through September of 2027. Item number 15 is approving an agreement with sole source provider Air Cleaning Technologies, Inc. in the not to exceed amount of $390,000 for the replacement and or update of diesel exhaust system at all fire stations for a 2-year term. Item 16 is approving an interlocal agreement between the City of Irving and the Independent School District for emergency medical services at football games. Item number 17 is approving a framework agreement between OCLC and a total estimated amount of $188,354.85 for subscriptions of cataloging and metadating, Easy Proxy, and WebDewey for a 3-year period. Item number 18 is a resolution authorizing as-needed expenditures to Midwest TAP LLC, an estimated amount of $110,000 for Hoopla digital delivery platform. Number 19 is approving agreement for services between the City of Irving and Keep Irving Beautiful for the Keep Irving Beautiful program for the 24-25 for the amount of $72,880. Item 20 is approval of a second renewal of the management agreement between the City of Irving with Elite of Irving Golf Club, LLC, a total estimated amount of $96,000 for management fees and in the total estimated amount as determined by contract required for operating budget for the Irving Golf Club course, management and operations for a 2-year period. 21 is a resolution approving a contract with modified statements of work, addendum number 2, and Simple View, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $450,000 for year-round digital content promotion, digital campaigns, and digital marketing services for the Irving Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Irving Convention Center and the Irving Hospitality venues. Item number 22 is approving a contract with Maloney Strategy Communications, Inc. for advertising agent representation for the Irving Convention and Visitors Bureau for a 3-year term in the total estimated amount of $1,200,000. 23 is approving the first amended and restated construction management at-risk contract between the City of Irving and Sadelco Construction Services, establishing and initiating guaranteed maximum price and substantial completion data for construction of the Irving Police Department gun range. This one is going to be pulled for further discussion. Item number 24 is a resolution approving and accepting a proposal from MART, Inc. in the amount of $5,220,000 for the Animal Care Campus Expansion Project. That brings us up to a pretty substantial amount of investment in the shelter. I believe when we built the shelter, we actually paid more for it than we did the senior center to start with. And now we're putting another $5 million into it.
Yeah, this is a much-needed expansion and renovation of some of the existing space, especially the outdoor components. And some of the feedback we receive from our residents is on the condition of the outdoor
Yes.
areas, and all of that will be turfed as well. So some good improvements there.
Look forward to the improvement. I know a lot of residents are. Item number 25 is awarding a contract to SYB Construction Company, Inc. in the amount of $5,778,360.50 for the University Hills wastewater improvement project. 26 is approving an expenditure with Instafoam Technologies, LLC, in the amount of $2,325,342.35 for Highland Park Water and Wastewater Improvement Project through the State of Texas Local Statewide Purchasing Cooperative Agreement. 27 is approving addendum number 4 to the professional services agreement between the City of Irving and Komatsu Architects in the estimated amount of $1,295,700 for the preparation of the design documentations for the Jack Huffman Building, second floor build-out for the city's renovations. Item number 28 is approving change order number 5 to the contract with Humphrey and Morton Construction Company in the amount of $635,335 for the Embassy Channel Drainage Wastewater Improvement Project Item number 29 is a resolution approving a sales contract with Croclock in the amount of $465,000 for a special warranty deed and up to $30,000 for closing costs on property located at 2815 West 18th Street for the West 18th Street Erosion Control Project. Item number 30 is nominating Holt Cat Ltd. to the Office of the Governor of Economic Development and Tourism through the Economic Development Bank for designation as a qualified business and an enterprise project under the Texas Enterprise Zone Act, Chapter 2303, Texas Government Code. Item 31 is establishing the Affordable Housing Land Bank Program and approving the Affordable Housing Land Bank Program policy. Item, Brad.
Yeah, I know there are presentations on these two I was looking at, but to me, the policy is, they seem a little vague. So can we review the policies? Because I want to understand what we're authorizing here in some detail on the next two items.
So 31 and 32 we'll get a presentation on.
So you would like the full presentation, or did you have an exact question? Okay. Okay, so the first one is our Affordable Housing Land Bank. As you may recall, we presented the overview draft back in May. So this item is bringing forward the full policy for approval. So this, the Affordable Housing Land Bank policy was a #1 recommendation from our 2021 housing plan. The objective, again, is to increase the supply of affordable housing, help to provide for well-planned urban growth and development, and include the elimination and prevention of potential blight. Our target population affordability, so we've noted before the home ownership rate is about 38.7% compared to the national average of 65.2%, and that 39% of our renters are housing burden. We would like to focus our program on 120% area median income. Most of the programs, as you may recall, especially our HUD funds, are at that 80%. By going up to the 120, we're able to assist more of our moderate incomes, which, with the way the housing market is, will help with our affordability efforts. And with different projects, the program wants to promote our mixed rate development, so to ensure we're not concentrating affordability not just in one area of town, but also within a project, should a project be more than one unit. Overall, the goals are, 1, to develop a range of housing types. So this is anywhere from a single family, duplex, quadplex, and up. Increase home ownership for our low to moderate income households. Increase the affordable housing opportunities for our low to moderate households. Mitigate displacement pressures, and then preserve and increase our tax base. Some overarching considerations that would fall on both our acquisition and disposal is just the overall impact that a conveyance would have on both the short and the long term of a neighborhood or community development plan. This is to help address the preservation and stabilization of neighborhoods. And then the strategies for the properties. We would consider uses of affordable housing, neighborhood revitalization, mixed market economic development, and conservation. And then there are some properties that we acknowledge might need to have some neighborhood consultation, especially if they're a larger tract or an infill project, that we would want to consult the neighborhood, have the flexibility to consult with them both on the acquisition and or disposition of a property. Getting into the acquisition, property types would be tax delinquent and tax foreclosed properties, vacant and abandoned, those that are transferred from other local governments, other government entities, donated properties, those that will purchase on the open market. We've talked before that there are the inventory that's available to us through the tax foreclosure process is very limited, so we do foresee having to purchase them on the open market. And then we'll also have the ability to do land swaps, should the opportunity arise. Criteria that we've put together when considering if we would like to acquire a property is we want to make sure it identifies one of the housing needs in our housing plan. It's located in a high opportunity area. This is based on the market value analysis that was done with the housing plan. supporting strategic neighborhood stabilization, revitalization, prevention of the decline of preventing the further decline of any neighborhoods. Could be a catalyst for future development, depending on the area that it's in. Could support a land assemblage for a larger project. It could be unoccupied and available for immediate occupancy. So this is one that might not need as much rehab or substantial rehab, and we can flip it to turn back to an affordable affordable unit quickly. There may be title issues preventing it from being developed, so the city coming in would be able to address those. And then, or it's currently affordable and we want to work on preserving that affordability. When we get to disposition of the property, we'll each year look at what land we have acquired and we have in our land bank, and then determine which ones we would want to take out over the next year. And some of those considerations would be how long has the city had the property, the size of it, where in the MBA it's located, and then if there's a short and a long-term plan with that property. We will solicit RFPs, so requests for proposals, from our qualified participating developers, and I'll get to what defines a QPD in the next slide. However, while the RFP process is our preferred method of disposal, we do retain the right that we have to be able to transfer any property to another governmental entity or a nonprofit for affordable housing. We're able to do that through state statute. And then we may have an application fee for property conveyance. We left that flexibility within the plan. And then once we select a QPD, they would enter into a development agreement, and I'll go through some of the terms that we have put in the policy to include. So our QPDs, to qualify as a QPD, they need to have developed or rehabbed 3 or more housing units within the previous 3 years of submitting a proposal. So this could be one house each year, or they've done a larger project, and that's just 3 total housing units over the past 3 years. They need to be able to demonstrate the financial and staffing subcontractor capacity to be able to develop and complete the project after conveyance within a 3-year period. Must not have any unremediated citations or violations, both federal, state, or local, and is not tax delinquent, and they shouldn't be an owner of a tax foreclosed property within the last 3 years, and then any other requirements that we may add along the way. When we get to the development agreement, we will include affordability requirements within the deed. So this is where we would address affordability mix and affordability periods. These would be dependent on the project, so whatever proposal they bring forward. And we also may include a right of reverter should they not meet all the terms of the agreement. So if, for example, they do not start the project on time, we would have a right to reverter. Or a right to repurchase if they haven't started by a certain date. Pricing, so we would offer it the piece of property at fair market value. This would be determined by competitive market analysis, but discounts would be available for underwriting if underwriting indicates that a discount is necessary in order for them to make the project feasible and deliver an affordable housing project. So, and this would be also subject to City Council approval. And then various payments and method from cash deferred financing, other contractual obligations. And just like we include now in our development agreements of option periods, those would be available, and then forfeited if closing does not occur. Next steps would be if your approval later this evening, then we would start implementation, identifying acquisition opportunities, as well as looking for other grant opportunities to get funding to acquire property, and then annually review any property we have to take out for the RFP process. Happy to answer any questions on that.
So is there, obviously, I think we've discussed these, and these are all great aspirational goals and like the various things that we want to do, but is there a budget? Is there an anticipated number of these we're going to do each year? So that's 2 questions. My third then would be, because I didn't see a long policy in our electronic materials, is it just that 1 pager is the policy?
This should have been in your packet. That was attached as an attachment. It's a 7-page document.
I don't think that was in the electronic materials then.
We can get a copy so you have it before this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Budget-wise, we have an affordable housing initiative budget. Those majority of that money's been directed towards the rehab programs right now. There's $3 million and $2 million for rehab, and then another $1 million in there that could go towards this or any of the other affordable housing initiatives. And then we're, budget-wise, always looking for grant opportunities. If you recall, we applied for the Pro Housing Grant last year, which if we were awarded that, we're going to go towards acquisition of properties. Unfortunately, we did not receive that, so we will be continuously looking at other ways to continue to fund the land bank. And then, the other question you had, funding and
How many a year?
how many a year? It would just be dependent on what's in what we've acquired to be able to take out. Right now, we have 2 properties in the land bank. It's one in South and both are in South Irving, and so we can determine when we would be ready to take those out. But I hope. Short answer, I hope we have 1 a year, but a lot of it will be dependent on what we can acquire with what funds we have to be able to keep it up.
Well, again, I'll kind of repeat it, but I think these sorts of things, like putting a person or a family in a home and in a existing neighborhoods, I think has worked well for us. And hopefully, I think some of these requirements to actually hold people accountable to get them done, it's a much better program when we actually get somebody in a house that's affordable for them. And so I totally agree. So you would come back to us if there was any large purchases or whatever, but I'll double check the electronic packet, but I did not see the actual policy.
Councilman, I
in
think
it,
the
so.
maximum purchasing authority for real estate is
200.
$200,000. So anything above a $200,000 purchase would require council approval.
Kyle?
Have we used QPDs before?
No, this is, what we did is looked at the state statute, which the state has the land bank program, but it's focused only on tax foreclosure properties. It's a little bit more limited and specific as to how properties disposed. So we took a little bit of what we thought was a best practice there in defining a QPD and some other land banks that we saw, and then made our own so we could have other types of property acquisition and disposal processes.
So when you say made it our own, is there a way in which you can look at the history of folks that we've worked with inside the city of Irving who have a history of doing work in Irving as a higher weighted qualification under the QPD? Or is this going to be somebody can come regionally and submit or fulfill the QPD requirements?
We looked at the partners that we have. We believe that they could fit this, and then also would open it up to outside partners because we are limited in the partnerships we have here locally.
Okay, thank you.
Al?
Thanks, Mayor. This is probably for you, Philip, in particular, because we're really looking at a whole development program with the land banking and purchasing and then resale and development. Do we have any kind of a target, and maybe Chris, you may want to jump into? I mean, we talked about 2 to 3 million that we have, and then are we looking what we think would it look like 3 years from now, 2 years from now? Because what I'm concerned about is, are we growing a whole area that has a major impact on the budget for us? And we already know what the insurance is costing us. So I'm trying to get a feel for, I get the aspirational value, but I don't understand what the value is, other than the spiritual and the social value. Okay? Philip?
Obviously, the funding is contingent on council's authorization. We have, as Imelda mentioned, $1 million for affordable housing initiatives right now. This is one of those that we could use that $1 million for. I think we would be looking for grant opportunities to fund this effort as well. But any additional funding would have to be allocated as part of the budgeting process.
Go ahead, Chris.
These are one-time dollars that we've identified. We'd like to start with this program, see how successful we are, seek these grant opportunities, and we'll be coming back to council after the first year or so, providing those results and getting council feedback if they want to continue with the program.
Yeah, because I'm going to my sense is, number one, again, you know, I know what you're trying to do, and I think it's the right thing to be doing. But I'm trying to put a gate around it to understand what's going to be our real limits that we're going to try to attain, and what's going to be the return on the investment that we're putting in it as to how we go forward over what period, what's the amortization of $3 to $5 million that we may be doing over the next couple of years. Is that going to be a 10-year scope or what? So I'm trying to understand the actual program where we're making a commitment, because if not, I always worry what I call mission creep. Okay?
Yeah, I just wanted to correct one thing, because now I'm seeing it, it's, the policies were in the electronic appendix
Okay.
to our materials, so they're in there. I didn't see them in the initial materials, but they're definitely in the electronic materials. So just important to me to be able to see the policy we're going to vote on, so I'll make sure I take a look at everything.
Thank you.
Did you want a presentation on 32 as well? Okay. Chris?
Mayor, thanks. Yeah, Al, again, just to your point. Yeah, Al, just to your point.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Just to your point. Right now, we are limiting the dollars until we can gauge and determine how successful the program is. So right now, I hear you on the mission creep. We've invested these one-time dollars. We're going to see how this goes. And then if there, again, additional grant opportunities that is using federal dollars or state dollars, we'll look for those, or foundation dollars as well. But right now, from the city's perspective, we are capping where we're at right now. We'll see how the process works.
The reason I'm also asking the question, because I'm looking at personnel, okay? And that's part of the creep. So I don't need to get into it right now. We'll just take it as it comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Item 32 is establishing a redevelopment land bank program and approving resolution to the land bank policy. Item number 33 is approving an interlocal agreement between the City of Irving and the Trinity River Authority in the estimated annual amount of $337,000 to provide water, wastewater, and stormwater laboratory analysis services. Item 34 is approving and accepting bids of O&J Coating, Inc. in the amount of $4,734,000 for the rehab of tanks number 2 and number 3 at the MacArthur Pump Station, and tank number 4 and number 5 at the Hackberry Pump Station. Item 35 is approving an enterprise agreement with ESRI, Inc. in the total estimated amount of $525,300 for geographical information, the GIS software, materials, and support for 3 years. Item number 36 is approving and renewal of annual support and maintenance agreement between Systems and Software, Inc. and the City of Irving in the amount of $111,931.23 for Equestria Utility Billing Systems. 37 is approving change order number 2, increase the contract amount by $230,936.77 with Felix Construction Company for the Doe Branch Discharge Improvement Project and the Lake Chapman Water Pipeline. 38 is authorizing expenditures with North Stan Communications, Inc., DBA Black Box Network Services, and the total estimated amount of $330,567.19 for phone systems maintenance, on-site technical phone equipment, and software enhancements and installation services. 39 is approving purchase of Jupiter hardware support from Verizon Business Network Service LLC in the total estimated amount of $254,844.64. The next items are items 40 through 52 on the bids. Brad, which one would you like to speak about?
I have 2.
Okay.
The first one is 42. It just really going to a question on that recommended by the police department for just short of $1 million for school crossing guard management services for a one-year term. I understand what we're doing there, but again, is this, Chief, something you're looking at because of the school district's robust tax rate and what they're doing? Are we doing this because it's just on our city streets, or?
Yeah, that has always fallen to the responsibility of the city to manage. And years ago, we would manage employees to do that. And then the decision's been made by the city and other cities to contract that service out because it was quite a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. So it's obviously a good thing we want to do, but it is a cost to the city, essentially providing a service to the schools.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I had on that one. Thank you.
Go ahead.
52, I'm just kind of impressed with that one. It's a big undertaking, and it's been a little under the radar, but this is anticipated to result in a savings of $355,000 a year to, I guess, get on our own fiber. Is that my understanding? I didn't know that we could even do that. But we'll have our own fiber network, and obviously there's a cost to it, but I think it's very wise that you're doing this because look at inflation. And so I bet you're going to save more than $355,000 a year, but can you kind of tell us a little bit about this?
Yes, sir. So this came about through the last bond election. We currently have 38 miles of existing fiber that connects our main facilities. However, fire stations, just random facilities, we have about 45 in total. We don't have that fiber in place, so that's where we have to lease, and that's in perpetuity. So the idea with the fiber, getting our own city fiber built out to the rest of our facilities is going to cut down on that perpetual leasing. And we do have a presentation if you want to walk through it, but.
Well, I've looked at everything on this. Again, I guess it's not that big of a secret if we voted on it, but it's in one of those propositions. But I think it's a great plan, and I think it's also smart for the future of the city that we're doing this to become less dependent on private entities. So.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
John, did you? I wanted to say the same thing. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. John, you around here? I'm on number 40. And we're keeping our Focus Advocate friends right at 155 each year. Yes, sir. And so are we anticipating then we're do a 3-year as opposed year to year? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, it was a 6-year contract it's a 3-year contract that is ending next month with another 3-year renewal, and then we're done. We'll have to bid it out or negotiate another contract after that.
So I assume the 3-year cycle is that we're including 2 legislative sessions. That's why we're doing it 3, I would assume.
Well, it's just the way the calendar worked out. I mean, the first contract was approved starting in October of 21, ending in September of 24, and then we're just doing another 3 years that will cover 2 sessions. At the end of the 27th session, you'll need to be thinking about looking at another contract with them and or somebody else.
If we're allowed to.
If we're allowed to.
That's assuming the state legislature doesn't take away your right as a city official to go down there and lobby them.
Well, the reason I'm saying this, because we're going to hit 2 legislative sessions in this 3-year.
Right.
But if we go the next 3 years, it's going to flip it. So I'm wondering if we need to do some kind of a tailing or whatever, so that if we're going to do 3 years or we're going to go to 2, I'm trying to get a rhythm going that we're always there at the maximum time of at least 2 sessions.
The previous contract with them was also for 6 years with a renewal every 2 years. We just eliminated one of those interim renewals. If you contract ends in September of 27, then you can design a contract that goes for however many sessions, covering however many years, you want to do it for.
Well, Chris, you know what I'm asking, okay? And so I want to always be sure that if we're going to do this, we're doing back-to-back 3 years where we've got 2 our legislative sessions, because that's every 2 years. And so I'm good with this. I don't know how you got away with it, John and Chris, for keeping them at the same price for 3 years.
Well,
Again,
this is an increase from the previous contract, which was at a lower rate. So we went up in '21, but it was understood at the time that it would be the same amount for
So
6
John, it
years.
was basically a 3-year contract with
With
a
a
1-year
3-year
renewal, so
with
it was
a-
a 6-year contract.
Correct.
And we're exercising the second phase of the
Absolutely.
6-year contract.
Right, that's what it is.
So that's how we locked it. We got them 3 years ago to agree for 3 more.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I had a question for Chad on the fiber, because there's reference to the possibility for public-private partnerships. Do we have any of those in place right now? And if not, what is the potential for that?
Yeah, I'm going to have my communications manager come up and speak to that. We do have some exciting opportunities that he can speak to.
Sure. I'm John Cheney, IT Communications Manager. We have a broadband assessment out right now. As part of that broadband assessment is to look for those type of partnerships. So there's some good possibilities with the fiber we're putting in. We'll be putting in some what's called microduct. So there'll be some opportunities to lease out and things like that.
Any ideas for what kind of revenues those might bring?
Not exactly right now, but they could, for sure, well, I say for sure, they have a good possibility of at least paying for the network side of things.
So for example, if DART wanted to have access as they come through our city on the TRE or the light rail, that's something that we could look at. No, I'm just trying to think that would be, that, well.
How about a 25% share?
Well, no, I was just thinking of somebody that would actually utilize it, that maybe want to be an option for us. So I think it's a great opportunity.
Yes, there is a lot of opportunities with it. I think with this broadband assessment, they're supposed to give us a strategic plan to present to council, and I think they would dig into some of those opportunities. And then also, there's, if depending on where council wants to go with things as far as providing broadband services and stuff like that, there's a bunch of opportunities that could be opened there. And then also, the reduction in costs back to, you have what's on there for what we have today, but if you take what we're paying for, or what we would pay for any new expansions, that would just grow, right? So the savings of what we're doing will be a lot more than what's shown on that paper.
Mark?
Is it something to like where the internet providers, AT&T, Verizon, whatever, would also would want to use our fiber?
They could, and the other benefit of that is our right-of-ways are pretty packed today. With the multi-duct going in, we could lease that out to those providers and also reduce our right-of-way issues.
And they would have an interest in that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Great point.
Mayor, let me ask a follow-up question. That's a good question you just brought up, Mark. Chris, can this be part of our franchise?
That's a legal question. Would that fall under our franchise state regulations?
I would need to take a look at that. I don't think it falls under the umbrella of like the small cells. This is something different because it's actually owned by the city. And then you all updated as part of your charter review, the language relating to franchises. I would want to just read that and I can confirm and get back to you on it. You're welcome.
We'd be better off if we owned it, because once you get into the franchise, then the state requires us to respond within so many days and lets them pretty much do whatever they want. So we're better off controlling and owning it, I think. That's just me. All right. Item number 53 is the first reading approving a negotiation settlement between Atmos City's Steering Committee and Atmos Energy Corp. Midtex Division regarding the company's 2024 rate review filings. Go ahead. Brad, excuse me. Brad.
Well, the real question I want to ask is, can we vote against this? Because I don't think we really can. But the company had initially asked for 196.8 million in revenues, and then the settled amount looks like goes to 182.5, which is not a big negotiation in my opinion. But that'll result in average residential rate increase, this is for gas, is 552 on a monthly basis, or 6.84%, and the average increase for commercial usage will be 1339 on a monthly basis, or 3.44%. And so that's an effective increase of 164.7 million from the ACSC cities, effective October 1st. So how do they justify this?
Well, first thing to note is that they're allowed to do this every year as part of, the state law allows them to negotiate a rate tariff for several years, and then they can adjust that rate each year to recover costs of capital improvements that they've made, which is why you look at this, because cities still have, you have original jurisdiction, though not much choice. And so what happens is that they submit what they think their costs are, and that is their justification. We don't see that. We have consultants that are hired by the steering committee that review those rates. Of the 196 million in total, 132 is ACSC cities. City of Dallas has their own separate negotiation, and it's confusing because it's included in the total number, but it's not part of the discussion that comes back to us. And so they take that 132 million and negotiate it down, or 182, it gets negotiated down to 164 for the ACSC cities, and the numbers are as you read them, and their justification is because they can. I mean, we don't see the numbers, we don't see the justification. They always submit a high number, it always gets negotiated down some. I would note, as you picked up on, the dollar amount and the percentage of the increases seem to be going up every year.
I did notice that, which is, this one seemed larger, and it's normally see more reasonable increases.
$2 or $3, yeah.
You know, your average homeowner's looking at $70 a year-ish, and I always seem to be, I don't know why I always pay more or whatever, but
Buy more blankets.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they base it on your value and usage. So, I mean, that when I think about that bill, it actually is not certainly the worst bill I get, but it's, you know, to increase that much seems like a lot to me.
It's a lot, and the city has the authority, if it chooses to set aside this agreement, hire its own attorneys and consultants, do the review itself. Has to be done by the end of September.
The state will help us on that.
Number 54 is public hearing and first reading, an ordinance amending section 41 through 57 of Article 9 entitled Municipal Drainage Utility Systems of Chapter 41 entitled Water and Sewer Systems of the Code of Civil and Criminal Ordinances of the City of Irving, Texas, setting a new schedule of drainage charges, providing for a penalty, providing for a servability clause, and providing for an effective date. Item number 55 is public hearing and first reading amending Chapter 52 entitled Water and Sewer Rates of the Code of Civil and Criminal Ordinances of the City of Irving, Texas, providing a new monthly water and sewer rate. And I have 2 pages stuck together here. That brings us to item number 56, which is our zoning cases.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Kim Ellison with the Inspections Department. We have a special sign permit request for the property located at 400 East Airport Freeway for Aviation Institute of Maintenance. The request revolves updating a wall sign by refacing it with an electronic messaging center sign. This request involves replacing the existing static 84 square foot wall sign to an electronic messaging center. The proposed sign exceeds the maximum allowable area of 40 square feet for electronic signs, as specified in our ordinance. Staff has reviewed this request and is recommending approval. The property is located at 400 East Airport Freeway. This slide is to provide a visual of the property's location highlighted in the blue in relation to the surrounding area, which includes Airport Freeway, Britton Road, and the railroad. Here's the site plan. The highlighted area in yellow is the location where the proposed electronic messaging center sign will be installed. The sign will be placed on the north-facing facade of the building, approximately 109 feet from the property line along East Airport Freeway. This slide shows the current wall sign and the proposed digital sign for this property. On the left, you see the current sign for Aviation Institute of Maintenance, and on the right, you see the upgrade to the proposed digital sign. This slide provides a visual of the proposed location from East Airport Freeway, which has an approximately 109 setback from the property line. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
John?
Thank you, Mayor. So you said that was a 109-foot setback. Is that from the frontage road or from the highway itself?
It's from the property line.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is the digital signs. I know often when we get these on a highway, TxDOT needs to be included in the process. Like you also need approval from TxDOT. Is that the case for this one?
Correct. The applicant needs approval from TxDOT themselves.
Right, and so that would be, they need this one first before they can go to TxDOT. Is that the case?
Typically, yes.
Typically, yes, okay. I will say I'm a little concerned about the changing every 15 seconds variance that we've had in our packet. I think this is the one. Just because, well, so first of all, like I know this, this company, this business, they're great. I really support what they're doing. I'm not sure about a sign that allows them to change what's on the sign every 15 seconds, because that kind of, to me, starts to get towards advertising, and I think that's not really what I would like to see in this location, especially with the size of the sign and the visibility from the highway. But the electronic sign itself, I have no problem with. I would just be, I guess, a little more amenable to the variances if we didn't also have that changing, timing of changing, variance included. But
They did at the last minute change that. There was an amendment that was put into the packet.
Okay.
That they have agreed to only change it once a day.
Okay. Oh, perfect. I didn't see that. Thank you. Then I'm all for it. Thank you.
Brad?
Well, the once a day then would not be a variance
Correct. We're only asking for the,
on,
for it to be
on the
84 square
timing.
foot, the size of it, yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we have another request regarding a special sign permit for for the property located at 7575 North Beltline Road for Quick Trip. This request involves refacing an existing pole sign with an electronic messaging center sign, which will display digital pricing. Quick Trip is seeking approval to reface an existing on-premise pole sign with an electronic messaging center, specifically for digital pricing. Staff has reviewed this application and is recommending approval. This sign is located 500 feet away from the nearest residential property line to the north, ensuring it will not adversely impact nearby homes. The sign is 31 feet from the property line to the west, 45 feet to the east, and 17 feet to the south. The site plan confirms that the sign's location is not located in the existing 15-foot utility easement. On the left, we have the current sign, which features a static price display for fuel. On the right is the proposed sign, which includes the upgrade to the digital display. The sign's height will remain the same at 34 feet 5 inches, and the reface of the digital pricers at 32.5 square feet. The overall sign area and height of the sign will remain compliant with our sign code. This is a visual representation of the proposed sign from two different angles. On the left is the view from Beltline Road, offering a perspective on how the sign will appear to traffic from this direction. And on the right, we have the view from John Carpenter Freeway Frontage Road. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions you have.
Questions? This is going to sound crazy. Is the sign there today the one? That's what I thought. So we're just changing the, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. I'm Christine Hadley, City Assistant Director of Inspections, and I'm here to present zoning case 2024-253-ZC for the property located at 4040 Carver Court. The request is to maintain the zoning designation of SP2 for R6, which is Generalized Site Plan Single Family Residential 6. The staff finding indicates no objection due to an administrative error, and we have received no public comment forms in support or in opposition. This is the property located on the southeast corner of Carver Court and Compton Avenue. It is 0.18 acres. Here's the future land use map showing the yellow is residential. This is the surrounding zoning map showing the SP2 that was obtained back in 2016. This is the 200-foot notification map. And again, we have not received any public comment forms in support or opposition. So we are requesting the following variances. For the pool or the detached accessory building setback, a 25-foot side setback is required along Compton Avenue. And 10 feet is proposed, so they're asking for a 15-foot variance. For the fence setback, it requires a 15-foot side property line setback, and 2 feet is proposed, so needing a 13-foot variance. So when the homeowner applied for the fence permit back in June of this year, we discovered that the pool had been installed only 10 feet from the property line, rather than the required 25 feet for a corner lot. This mistake was entirely due to an administrative error on our part during the original permitting process back in 2022. The homeowner was not at fault as they followed the guidance of our department. The homeowner requests to install an 8-foot tall wood fence along the property line, which also requires approval because it exceeds the allowed height and needs to be set back 15 feet from the property line. We take full responsibility for the error that occurred and have taken steps to prevent this from happening again. Our team has undergone additional training on zoning and setback regulations, and we've enhanced our plan review process to include double checks on corner lots. Our internal departments, including traffic, fire, CIP, and water, have all reviewed the location and have no objections, confirming that there are no underground utilities in this easement. Therefore, the proposed locations for the pool and the fence do not interfere with any existing infrastructure. So we're here today to take responsibility for the oversight and to respectfully seek zoning approval to correct the situation. While we understand that approval is not guaranteed, we are committed to addressing any concerns and ensuring full compliance with zoning regulations. By approving these variances, we can resolve the issues and support the property owner while maintaining our integrity of our community standards. So this is the subject property looking at the side along Compton Avenue. During the review of the fence permit application, we discovered our error with the pool's placement and the incorrect issuance of the pool permit, which prevented us from proceeding with the issuance of the fence permit. Because the pool had been installed, the applicant proceeded with the fence installation to ensure that the pool had the necessary barrier protection required by safety regulations. Here's another view of the fence showing it's about 2 feet from the property line. This is the front of the subject property. This is looking north across the street from the subject property. This is looking east or next door to the house. In conclusion, we respectfully ask for your approval. We understand the complexities and challenges of approving such a case and deeply appreciate your consideration. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Dennis?
Yeah, a question. Did the applicant have to pay a zoning fee for
No,
this
sir.
zoning case?
No.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, now I'm up.
I
I'll
wondered
let them
where you
warm up the
were.
room and they, yeah. So, Jocelyn Murphy, Director of Planning, so I'll take it over from here. The next case is 2024-29-CC 2448 Irving Mall. It's an existing indoor amusement, which is Zero Latency Irving is the name. It's virtual reality indoor amusement, and they are just wanting to start selling alcohol. So they need the RAB zoning in order to do that. Plan to have a full menu and comply with all the regulations of RAB. Staff recommends approval. P&Z approvals 7-0, no opposition or support. So again, here's their location, kind of near the old Sears in Irving Mall. They are opposite the side of the single family, so they're facing Beltline. Just go through there. Here's their site plan. Again, they're just a tenant space at the mall and facing the concourse. From what I understand, you have to go through the mall in order to get into this tenant space. They do not have any exterior access. And here's their sign. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Brad?
Yeah, I'm fine with the proposed RAB, but my question is, just looking at this one, the two words indoor amusement, is that a specific use of virtual reality, or is indoor amusement all encompassing of every type of indoor amusement? Because if it is, I want to bring that back and change it.
Indoor amusement, when it was created last year, was intended to be game rooms like arcades and, Pac-Man. There's places called Free Play in certain parts of, other cities. So it was intended to just be an encompassing category for those types of just entertainment uses.
Well, there's one type, kind of games of chance, that I don't think belongs with like rock climbing or bumper cars or laser tag or those sort of things. So
Right.
do we differentiate between those?
We'll be talking about that next week if we're talking about the same one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I do want to make sure we differentiate, because I don't want to give a zoning category and then we're approving an arcade and then all of a sudden it's a gaming room. Because they're totally different uses, in my opinion. John?
That brings up a question in my mind. Refresh my memory. I think I know the answer to this, but as far as indoor amusement, so the Irving Mall would be zoned community commercial?
Yeah, they're CC for the most part.
CC, yeah. So indoor amusement is allowed by right unless there's a residential within a certain distance, right?
This is an existing business, so all they're doing is requesting the RAB. So the business was already in operation.
Right. Did they predate, did their indoor amusement use predate our?
I
our
understand it
ordinance?
did.
Okay, so they're, I'm not sure if legal non-conforming is, because they were never non-conforming.
They were legal at the time they got their CO.
Right.
They would not be legal today because they would need the conditional
need the
use
CUP,
permit
okay.
because it is within 500 feet of the residential, which is
But it's
to
been
the
a
west.
continuous use since
It was in
prior to-
before.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, next case. Item 60 is case 2024-131-CC, 2509 Brockbank Drive. The request is from R6 Single Family to SP2 R6 to allow an accessory dwelling unit with a variance to the minimum rear yard setback. You do have a memo where the applicant clarified, and you did have a speaker earlier today saying they were not requesting the accessory dwelling unit anymore and just want the rear setback, would convert the structure to an accessory building. Staff recommendation was denial. P&Z recommendation was denial 7-0. 32 letters in support. 8 of those were the 200 feet, and 2 were in opposition for almost 14% opposition within the 200 feet, so a 3/4 vote is not required for approval. So here's the property on Brockbank, just east of O'Connor. There does have, I'll point out there is, you can kind of see a drainage canal going through the center, so there's a concrete drainage canal going down the back of the property. Here's your opposition. Again, it's about 14%. They are across a drainage canal to the east. And here's the site plan of the structure. It is existing. They built it without a permit earlier this year. They did get a code compliance citation, which is what brought them to the zoning process. They do need a variance due to the height of the structure. So because it's a 13-foot tall building, it would need an 8-foot setback. It's at 6'4" and therefore it needs a variance of almost 2 feet or 1 foot and 8 inches. So again, they're not requesting the accessory dwelling unit anymore, but they are requesting the case to be split for the setback to be considered. In order for the building to be converted out of the accessory category, a dwelling accommodation in the zoning ordinance has a kitchen with a dishwasher, oven, stove, or range, indoor bathtub or shower facilities, a built-in HVAC excluding window units, natural gas service, or more than 2 rooms excluding a half bath, and a built-in closet in any room. So if a unit has any of those items above, they're considered a dwelling unit. The unit of the subject property does not have natural gas service, but currently has everything except for the dishwasher. So here's some pictures of the property. Again, you can see the drainage channel and also the structure itself. It seems to be like a prefabricated storage building that has been converted into a dwelling unit. And again, they intend to convert it back to storage. This is the main structure, so the unit, the structure is behind this property. And just some pictures of the surrounding property. Be happy to answer any questions.
Mark? Well, I'd like to get some legal advice on what actions we can take in response to the case. So at some point, I don't know about now or later, but we could go into an executive session.
Do you want to finish the zoning cases, and then we'll come back and go into executive session on this item? Okay. John?
Thank you, Mayor. Could you clarify the rear setback? I was under the impression our setbacks for R75 were somewhat in excess of what this seems to indicate.
It's a accessory structure. So the accessory structure is based on the height.
Right.
So if you're, I believe it's, I'm correct, 5 feet if you're up to 10 feet of the structure, and it's 1 foot for each foot of height after that.
So accessory structures.
Buildings.
Can be within the rear yard setback, as long as they're not, well, there's a different rear yard setback for accessory
They have their own,
structures
they have their own set of regulations different than the
versus
main.
versus the primary structure? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Brad?
Okay, you had one slide, maybe we'll get into this a little bit more too, but one slide on what it means to be a dwelling unit. And so if we were to approve the variance on the setback from a storage shed, for instance, because they're removing their request to be an ADU, is there an inspection process or something we can verify those elements are removed?
Christine's actually here, and she can speak to the permit process that would require.
So they have applied for a building permit, and it's on hold based on whether this case gets approved or not, but they would have to take out the electrical where the stove or range is, so they have to take out the 220 all the way back to the breaker. They've got to remove up to 4 feet of drywall so we can see any electrical or plumbing systems to make sure they were installed correctly. They've got to remove the mini split system for HVAC. They do have a loft, and that would make that a third room, so they cannot use that loft as a room. They've also need to remove the shower and the closet. But we can look at all that with the building permit if that gets approved for the setback, then if it gets issued, then we can follow up with inspections.
Okay, so the short answer is, I guess, yes, we can verify those things.
Right.
Is this already a foundation is laid or something, or is this movable? Did you get a sense of that?
From the pictures, it looks like a kind of a prefab storage structure, and it looks like it has a skirt around it. So it looks like it does not have a concrete poured foundation. Could it be moved? I'm not a professional, so I can't tell you that part, but it does not look like it's on a concrete foundation.
And really, the 20-inch variance, because of that weird shape in the back, I shouldn't say weird, but it's a unique angle, is only really to one part of the structure.
Right, we measure to the closest is what we always, is that, so the minimum, whatever that minimum setback is what we ask for.
But the closest is really, in this case, only 1 point.
Right, that's typical.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to the next one.
Okay. It is at item 61, 2513 Dunbar, case 2024-210 ZC. Request is for a carport in the R6 district. Staff finds no unnecessary hardship. P&Z recommended approval 5-2. You have 2 letters from support and none in opposition. So here's the property on Dunbar. It is, I'm sure that, I don't know if that's Beltline to the west. Again, it is all single family. So here's their site plan. They're requesting to have a 10-foot setback, and where a 30-foot setback is required. They do have that large 30-foot established front yard, which we've talked about before. And it is not built yet, so that's a plus. But they do want to have the 10-foot front setback. Here's a map of some of the carports in the area. There are none on this block of Dunbar. There are a few in the general neighborhood. And here's a picture of the subject property and some of the surrounding properties. So there are none on this side of the block. It is kind of a curved street, though, so the block faces short. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay.
Next case, 2024-237-CC, 7480 North State Highway 161. This is in PUD 4. They're currently CC. They're requesting an RAB. It's actually a restaurant within a convenience store. So this is primarily a 7-Eleven. I'll show you in a second, but primarily a 7-Eleven, but they want to do about a third of it to be a restaurant. Staff recommends approval. P&Z approval 7-0, no opposition or support. So here it is. This is the same intersection where they've just recently constructed the Lifetime at 161 in Las Colinas Boulevard. It is future land use in zone for commercial. So here's the site plan. Again, about a third of it or so will be a restaurant. It's going to be, I believe, Laredo Taco is what they said at the zoning commission. And they want to have, you see the kind of the bubbled area in the middle. This is where they want to have a margarita machine. And so this is, all of this here is the kitchen and the handling area, so it will be a full-service restaurant. They will have on-premise consumption, but the rest of this is retail. So we'll be up to the operator, the occupant, to make sure that if you've got an open container, you consume it on site. If you've got a closed container, you do not consume it on site, and you take it out with you. Because we don't want someone walking with a margarita out to pump their gas. So that will be something that would have to be regulated in order to be compliant with TABC. But for our purposes, they fully intend to be able to meet the regulations of RAB with the 40/60 reporting. So here again is a 7-Eleven under construction and some of the surrounding uses. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mark?
Is this a new concept for 7-Eleven? Does this exist anywhere else?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them. I don't know that, we always see food there. I don't know that anything that looks like a full-size restaurant.
So would they have to have dedicated parking spaces for the restaurant versus for the service area so that?
No, just when they got their permit, they would have had to, because they could operate the restaurant without the alcohol, they just want to serve it. They just would be counting X square feet of parking for the restaurant, X square feet for the retail, and they just have to have the total.
But they would have to calculate both.
Correct.
Okay. Anyone else? Next one.
Okay. 2120 Regency Drive, 2024-238-ZC. It is currently ML20 Light Industrial. They are requesting a detailed site plan to sell essentially online auto vehicles. Staff recommends approval with their fence height of 7 feet. P&Z also recommends approval with the fence height of 7 feet. No opposition or support. So a little backstory is that the state they used to allow the city to sign off just as an office. If you have an online auto sales, you might be keeping some inventory, but you don't have a typical, like when you drive down 183 and have all the cars out for retail sales. If you're going to do online sales, you're just keeping the car, meeting somebody, or they're coming to you to pick it up. It's not a typical auto sales scenario. The state used to be okay when we authorized that as an office. They now want their CO to say auto sales. But we want to make sure that we're not allowing auto sales in places where they shouldn't be, especially industrial. So the zoning, from the city's perspective, will allow auto sales on their CO, but not allow that outside display, which is what we don't want in this part of town. But he'll also be compliant with what the state needs. So this is all about making sure that he can get a state license for the online sales without being in violation of the city regulations. For the height, they had installed, it was a chain link fence. It was a 6-foot chain link fence, and they just matched that up with a 6-foot metal fence. In industrial, you're supposed to have at least a 7-foot fence, and it has to be at least 1 foot lower than whatever you're storing behind it. The applicant has added that to their site plan, so they are completely willing to basically remove this fence and add another foot. So this is just the building. Again, anything they store, they will be storing behind the fence. They will not have any auto inventory in the front for sale. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mark?
What is the site currently being used for?
I don't know. It's just a small industrial. I don't know. So you find a sign. It looks vacant. I don't know, high-tech electric, it says truck something on this side. It doesn't look like it's being used for anything currently. I don't know what it used to be.
Yeah, I visited the site, and it seemed to be in a poor state of repair and bad condition. And then you look at some of the other properties around there that have been updated and were in good condition. It kind of stuck out that way. But, okay, so this would be a new use as far as you understand?
Yeah, it'll be a new tenant, so I assume they've been struggling to lease it. I don't know.
All right, thank you.
So is this a new you say this is something because the state's requiring, so we're creating a new category or how are we implementing this into our zoning?
So if you do online sales, you're storing because you're not selling, you don't have the inventory, so you're already industrial. So we don't have any problem with people doing that in industrial because you're storing a car.
Right.
But that's not good enough for the state. State wants it to say auto sales. So this allows us to give the business owner a CO for auto sales while keeping our kind of lid on it to make sure it doesn't expand into a traditional auto sales with the outdoor inventory.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, the next case is a special fence project plan, 2024-240 SFP 128 East St. Clair. It's an R6 district. They want an 8-foot fence within the required 25-foot front yard setback on MacArthur. Staff finds no unnecessary hardship. P&Z approval 7-0. 2 letters in support and none in opposition. So this is kind of an odd property. Several, you can kind of see on the aerial, several of the properties front East St. Clair and back to MacArthur, and then the next door house fronts MacArthur and backs to St. Clair. So it's kind of, there are several double frontage lots for a while down this row. So what that does is it sets 2 front setbacks both on St. Clair and MacArthur. So what the applicant is requesting is to be able to put the fence within the front setback of MacArthur. It'll be at 10 feet, and then per traffic's request, they will be at least 30 feet from the pavement. Zoning only measures from property lines, so it'll be 21 feet from the property line. They'll be also putting a fence over on MacArthur on the East St. Clair side, but that does not require a variance because they will be meeting the setbacks. So they're just requesting to be a little closer to MacArthur. And when you see the pictures, so this is the front of the property. So this is the MacArthur side. All the way down MacArthur, there's a lot of chain link fences. It's kind of overgrown, so you really can't see through it anyway, so it essentially creates a visual barrier existing. But the fence is already at the property line. They just want to remove their chain link fence and push it back a little bit. And then next month, we're currently processing a variance case for the neighboring property, which is kind of flipped, but they also want to put a fence in their front setback on the other side.
How does that affect the people that have, unfortunately, the way you've got this set up, you're pulling the fence out closer, so the neighbor that's actually coming out now has that fence. And while it may be chain link and other, you can see around it, but if the fence is out there, how far does the car have to pull out into MacArthur to see if there's somebody walking on the side? That's my only concern is, I understand the issue of them, one's got their front door on this side, one's got their front door on this side, and their driveway's on edge, but if you keep moving the fences out, they can't see when they.
Traffic reviewed, and well, I was going to go to another picture. Anyway, they look at the visibility from the curb, and I'm happy to get Dan or whoever, Nathan instead of Dan. But they look at the distance from the curb and make sure there is a visibility triangle from the point of the curb. So it looks further back at the property line, but it's actually, from traffic's perspective, they measure it from the curb, and that's where the triangle comes in.
And really, I was just on to John, I wasn't worried about the cars. I was worried about kids on bikes and things of that nature that in the neighborhood more than I was the car. I mean, if somebody hits a car, they hit the car, but I worry about if, you don't see a kid coming on a bicycle or walking or somebody's dog getting away from them if you're.
Yeah, so we did go through and look at this for making sure that you have an adequate sight distance to be able to pull out of this driveway. The one thing that what you're talking about with with the pedestrians and the bicyclists, this is not a high-speed kind of driveway where people are just kind of coming out of here at very high speed. So the idea is that they would have to be coming at it very slowly, and they would be able to see any of those pedestrians in that very close vicinity while they're coming at it at a slow speed.
Okay. I just know when I come out of those situations on a major thoroughfare like that, I'm just looking to see when there's an opening over here that I can get into, and I don't always look back to the right to see if somebody's come up beside me. So, but that's,
Yeah, because you're turning there, you'll be turning on a MacArthur going right, okay? So you're looking left, where some go slow, some go really fast on MacArthur. You're not, yeah. Especially
You're trying to get in.
Yeah, that's in Kyle's district, so they're going fast.
And it looks
But
actually.
you're not you won't be looking right if there's a big fence there. That is a concern. And then if the other neighbor on the back's going to do it, St. Clair
Same
actually
thing.
goes both ways.
Yeah, MacArthur's actually divided here, so they'll only be able to turn right anyway. So at least they'll be just looking one direction.
But they could be coming this way on the sidewalk.
Yeah, and there's a lot of pedestrian traffic on that part of the street.
Kyle, you're next. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying. There's a lot of pedestrian traffic up and down that street. So, especially nowadays with the kids going back to school in time to, daylight stuff, some of them are going to school in the dark, and so they're gonna be hard to see, so it's my concern.
John, and then
Did
Mark.
Did I catch that right, what you said, that they're going to be pulling it back?
The gate will be pulled back.
They can get in.
So that has to be 30 feet from the
So that
pavement.
10-foot distance, is that what the chain link fence currently has?
Now, the chain link is actually, you can kind of see the little round, the chain link's actually on the property line.
That's what I thought. Okay, so the property line, that 10-foot measurement is from the property line.
Right.
Which is not quite, but almost at the curb.
Now, the curb is actually over
Or,
here.
sorry, not the curb, the sidewalk. I misspoke.
It's probably closed. Usually the sidewalk is right at the edge of
Like
the.
a few inches.
Mhm.
Okay. So the fence is going to be much less visible than the chain link fence. Well, somewhat less, not much. But it'll be 10 feet back.
Yes.
And then for part of it, it'll be, looks like 30 feet?
It'll be 30 feet, so it's 21 feet from the property line, but it's 30 feet from the curb, which is
Curb,
what
okay.
traffic measures.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Pretty good.
Mark.
Yeah, is there a reason why they want the fence access on MacArthur in it as well as St. Clair?
I don't know the specifics. I mean, we can ask them tonight. I assume just be able to pull trailers or whatever in the back.
Their garage or something over there that's out by MacArthur?
No, but looks like they have a couple sheds. I mean, they'll be having a gate up front as well.
Yeah.
Let's see if it's going to find their property on, so this is St. Clair side. So it looks like their kind of garage and everything is around the side or to the back.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
The conditional use permit, 2024-242 CUP at 315 North Jefferson. They are zoned for Heritage Crossing District Transit Mixed Use, but they want to do auto repair. So this is a great use of the conditional use permit because we can set a time and then come back and relook at it when the Heritage Crossing District kicks into gear. So staff recommends that if it's approved, to remove all parking spaces from the right-of-way, which they have already installed, and establish a time limit of 5 years. P&Z recommended, or they supported the staff recommendation, and we had no letters of support and one in opposition. So here's the property just to the north, so you can kind of see the South Irving downtown station down here on the bottom of the page. So it is an area that is small industrial, has been for many years. I understand this used to be a kind of a small industrial motor repair, but it was not an auto repair, and so that's what's triggering the use change, which triggers a conditional use permit. So here's a protest boundary. The people in opposition were about a block over. So here's their site plan. Again, they've already put the parking spaces in. They would need to remove the 2 that are over the property line. They will still have to comply with parking. I understand that that will keep them in compliance with the required parking for their auto repair. But again, they're just requesting to have the use for at least 5 years. After the 5-year period, if they want to stay, then they can come back and ask for that to be renewed. And those 2 spaces. Again, there's certain things that council can consider if you want to approve a conditional use permit. I won't read through all of those, but just some items that we had in the ordinance. And then you can also have these different stipulations if you wanted to add those. Time limits, of course, are the big one. And then any limits to the building or parking or landscaping, any specifics, you do have the prerogative to put those into the conditional use permit. So here's the existing property, existing building, a new parking, and just some of the surrounding properties. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? John?
Do we know what the current use of this building is?
I don't know if there's a current use. The last use was like an industrial motor repair type business from what I understand. So it wasn't an auto-based, it was more of an industrial motor or something, yeah.
I guess the main thing are just the parking, make sure that they're not parking vehicles out in the street, because I don't believe there's curb there, and they tend to park in the ditch and everything else.
And then the new repair ordinance that we did said you have to have X amount of parking spaces for your employees, and you can use those for the storage as long as you are above your minimum required. So you can't use your required parking spaces to keep cars that you're holding for repair. So they'll have to make sure they can meet that difference.
Okay. Brad?
Well, 5 years seems long to me. We could go shorter if we want.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think my hope is Heritage Crossing gets going. All the work we put in, all the money we put in, 5 years, that's a long time, and why not just review it a little sooner? And I know for the business owner that may not be as great, but I really do think 5 years, residents, I don't think will be very happy with that lead time.
Well, I think we should take a good hard look at that area anyway. We've requested DART to have Herzog move out of that land back in there, that triangle. So they're in the process of moving all that out of there. So that's going to be all cleaned up. And so potentially, maybe we start looking at that area in between the 2 major streets there, which is Pioneer and what's this, north-south? Britain.
Mm-hmm.
And look at that area and see if there's a way we can start to put something together in there. I know there's a lot of businesses in there, a lot of truck traffic in there. Streets are, on any given day, can be a challenge to get through. And
It might be a good opportunity for land banking. You never know.
yeah, at some point it could be if we get the BNSF going north up to Frisco, that could be potential real estate in that to be developed, knowing that they had the rail service.
Well, and that's why you kind of see the hatched on the future land use map. That's why all this was included in the heritage, or what we call the Main Street future land use. So the intention was to kind of respect the potential expansion of the area for rail. All right.
Thank you.
More questions? Okay. I think the last 2 are just our amendments and for our cul-de-sac, yeah. So we have our thoroughfare plan amendments and our UDC amendments for our subdivision ordinance to add the new cul-de-sac requirements. We are requesting both of these be postponed until October 3rd. We want to line up with the fire code amendments, and those had to be posted for a certain amount of time, and so that will bring us to October 3rd. So both items 66 and 67, we request to take to October 3rd.
Postpone until October 3rd?
Yes. That's it.
That's it?
Yep. Thank you.
All right.
Well, it's 3 o'clock. Why don't we take a 10, 15-minute break? And
Mayor, did you still want to go into executive session?
I was going to say, why don't we take a 10, 15-minute break, then we'll come back and do executive session, and we'll take up the other 2 items as well. Okay? Yeah, I got 2 economic development deals.
Hey, Al. Hopefully, try and grab it early next week. Okay. Let me watch go get my head up. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah.
Summer isn't over yet. Enjoy live music, delicious food, and beverages here at the Lake House Summer Concert Series. The featured act will be country music singer, songwriter, and Rolling Stones artist to watch, Hannah Ellis. Come down to the Lake House Waterfront Lounge at the Omni Las Colinas, August 31st at 5:30 p.m. Irving Library programs are back in session. The first Wednesday of each month, join a lively discussion on the best that the mystery genre has to offer. Join other mystery fans September 4th at 12 p.m. Discover how biomimicry, drawing inspiration from 3.8 billion years of evolution, influences everything from clothing to skyscrapers. This exhibit will feature artifacts, artwork, and photography, and interactive learning stations. Nature's Blueprints, Biomimicry in Art and Design opens September 4th at the Irving Archives and Museum.
Road to the Future. It's the City of Irving's long-term roadmap, making sure you can get where you want to go. The City of Irving's Traffic and Transportation Department maintains 1,440 lane miles of roads. To put that into perspective, if you left from Irving City Hall, that's the equivalent of maintaining a 2-lane road all the way to Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeehaw!
To keep you safe, the city has more than 58,000 street signs, 220 traffic signals, 350 pedestrian and school crossings, and nearly 2,700 city-owned streetlights. Irving's road system is estimated to be valued at more than $1.5 billion, and Road to the Future ensures the city continues to invest in its roadways. Over the last 3 years, the Capital Improvement Program has completed $25.7 million worth of street reconstruction, and another 15 projects are currently in progress, worth $110.9 million. This is also year 7 of the city's Summer Overlay Project, as the Traffic and Transportation Department repaves sections of 25 streets across the city. Irving's Road to the Future program, continuing to invest in your transportation.
Hello everyone, I'm Susan Stevens. Be sure to watch Irving Spotlight as we try milkshakes and more in a new Irving Eats. And Alamo Drafthouse Las Cleanas is back. We celebrate their return and learn about exciting new offers during their soft open. So tune in for the September 6th episode on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16, and Frontier Channel 30. And on YouTube at The City of Irving, as we spotlight the city's arts, culture, and entertainment.
This year's gala is Viva Irving Cares. As you know, we've kind of done some of these theme things. So this year we're kind of doing a Viva Fiesta party theme, kind of more of a menu's going to be Latin-based type food that Chef Eduardo's putting together for us. We'll have a silent auction, a live auction, a few little games and things you can play. We're going to have ballet folklore out here. We'll have a mariachi band here to kind of settle in with the theme. You know, we've always done a wine pool. This year we're going to do a tequila pool. So we're going to have a lot of small batch craft tequilas this year to pull to kind of go along with the theme of Viva Irving Cares. It's a great event to be able to give back to an organization that's really making an impact in the community. It's a lot of fun. It's a chance to see some old friends, meet some new people, just network and mingle and learn more about what Irving Cares does. Our overall goal is to help lift families completely out of poverty with a living wage job. The better our community is, the better we take care of all of our folks. It's a win for everybody, even those that don't need help.
Lace up those bowling shoes and come support Irving Cares for their 5th annual bowl-a-thon. 100% of the proceeds will be donated to the Las Cleanas Association 2024 nonprofit partner. So come out and score a strike here at Pinstack Las Cleanas September 4th at 6 p.m. The Irving Arts Center is back. Explore new stories and fun art projects during this creative story time that combines art and children's literature. The Jumpstart Stories and Art program takes place on the first Thursday of each month at the Irving Arts Center at 10 a.m. The theme for the September 5th session will be transportation and all things go. Pack your blankets and lawn chairs for a family-friendly movie under the stars. Kick off the Movies on Main series by coming early and grabbing a bite to eat in the Irving Heritage District or from one of our on-site food vendors. This community event will happen here at Heritage Park September 6th at 7:30 p.m.
Hi, I'm Thomas Gandy. On the next City Source, it's Dogust. Find out why that means some tasty treats for the pets at Irving Animal Services. We'll also have these stories.
We visit an Irving woman who is benefiting from the city's home rehabilitation program and meet some of the team making a difference in the lives of homeowners. Keep Irving Beautiful is honoring people and groups making an impact in the city. Hear from some of the award recipients. That's at 6 p.m. on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16 and Frontier Channel 30, and at youtube.com/The City of Irving for all of the important local stories and information we bring you on ICTN City Source. Your ICTN team produced 38 videos in the month of July.
We love to join the parade to show our patriotism, how much we love living in Irving, and are proud of that.
When we overlay roads, you get new striping, new lane markings, and new crosswalks. So you get the whole kit and caboodle, so to speak.
It's weird hearing Under the Sea while I'm in the pool. I think that's pretty cool.
We're a pop-up museum experience, and we have an exhibit about the border crossing and about the immigrant experience.
We do see a lot of people that come in and then they're like, oh, we want to try this new dish that you guys posted.
A live rabbit, LED routines, knives for a danger element.
It's so interesting. I really enjoyed working with a lot of different people and getting to know each other as well as being able to do the play.
Because you're such a great dog.
You know, you get them when they're 8 weeks old. So, and you watch them grow up like this.
And July also brought the debut of public meetings streaming live on YouTube for broader access and engagement.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Irving City Council for July 11th.
Stay up to date by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The City of Irving.
Summer isn't over yet. Enjoy live music, delicious food, and beverages here at the Lake House Summer Concert Series. The featured act will be country music singer, songwriter, and Rolling Stones artist to watch, Hannah Ellis. Come down to the Lake House Waterfront Lounge at the Omni Las Colinas, August 31st at 5:30 p.m. Irving Library programs are back in session. The first Wednesday of each month, join a lively discussion on the best that the mystery genre has to offer. Join other mystery fans September 4th at 12 p.m. Discover how biomimicry, drawing inspiration from 3.8 billion years of evolution, influences everything from clothing to skyscrapers. This exhibit will feature artifacts, artwork, and photography, and interactive learning stations. Nature's Blueprints, Biomimicry in Art and Design opens September 4th at the Irving Archives and Museum.
Road to the Future. It's the City of Irving's long-term roadmap, making sure you can get where you want to go. The City of Irving's Traffic and Transportation Department maintains 1,440 lane miles of roads. To put that into perspective, if you left from Irving City Hall, that's the equivalent of maintaining a 2-lane road all the way to Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeehaw!
To keep you safe, the city has more than 58,000 street signs, 220 traffic signals, 350 pedestrian and school crossings, and nearly 2,700 city-owned streetlights. Irving's road system is estimated to be valued at more than $1.5 billion, and Road to the Future ensures the city continues to invest in its roadways. Over the last 3 years, the Capital Improvement Program has completed $25.7 million worth of street reconstruction, and another 15 projects are currently in progress, worth $110.9 million. This is also year 7 of the city's Summer Overlay Project, as the Traffic and Transportation Department repaves sections of 25 streets across the city. Irving's Road to the Future program, continuing to invest in your transportation.
Hello everyone, I'm Susan Stevens. Be sure to watch Irving Spotlight as we try milkshakes and more in a new Irving Eats. And Alamo Drafthouse Las Colinas is back. We celebrate their return and learn about exciting new offers during their soft open. So tune in for the September 6th episode on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16, and Frontier Channel 30. And on YouTube at The City of Irving, as we spotlight the city's arts, culture, and entertainment.
This year's gala is Viva Irving Cares. As you know, we've kind of done some of these theme things. So this year we're kind of doing a Viva Fiesta party theme, kind of more of a menu's going to be Latin-based type food that Chef Eduardo's putting together for us. We'll have a silent auction, a live auction, a few little games and things you can play. We're gonna have ballet folklore out here. We're gonna have a mariachi band here to kind of settle in with the theme. You know, we've always done a wine pool. This year we're gonna do a tequila pool. So we're gonna have a lot of small batch craft tequilas this year to pull to kind of go along with the theme of Viva Irving Cares. It's a great event to be able to give back to an organization that's really making an impact in the community. It's a lot of fun. It's a chance to see some old friends, meet some new people, just network and mingle and learn more about what Irving Cares does. Our overall goal is to help lift families completely out of poverty with a living wage job. The better our community is, the better we take care of all of our folks. It's a win for everybody, even those that don't need help.
Lace up those bowling shoes and come support Irving Cares for their 5th annual bowl-a-thon. 100% of the proceeds will be donated to the Las Colinas Association 2024 nonprofit partner. So come out and score a strike here at Pinstack Las Colinas, September 4th at 6 p.m. The Irving Arts Center is back. Explore new stories and fun art projects during this creative story.
Really? Really?
Yes, sir. The time is 3:12. The Irving City Council will go into a closed executive session. This relates to item number 60 on the regular agenda to receive legal advice pursuant to Open Meetings Act, Section 551.071. In addition, there are 2 other executive session items that are on the work session that are both economic development negotiations, and the provision in the Open Meetings Act is 551.087.
Okay, we'll go ahead and go.
Summer isn't over yet. Enjoy live music, delicious food, and beverages here at the Lake House Summer Concert Series. The featured act will be country music singer, songwriter, and Rolling Stones artist to watch, Hannah Ellis. Come down to the Lake House Waterfront Lounge at the Omni Las Colinas, August 31st at 5:30 p.m. Irving Library programs are back in session. The first Wednesday of each month, join a lively discussion on the best that the mystery genre has to offer. Join other mystery fans September 4th at 12 p.m. Discover how biomimicry, drawing inspiration from 3.8 billion years of evolution, influences everything from clothing to skyscrapers. This exhibit will feature artifacts, artwork, and photography, and interactive learning stations. Nature's Blueprints, Biomimicry in Art and Design opens September 4th at the Urban Archives and Museum.
Hi, I'm Egan Dobson, and today it is Pet of the Week here at the Irving Animal Care Campus. With me today is my friend Rio. He is a 2-year-old Anatolian Shepherd mix. He is super dog friendly, kid friendly, and cat friendly, so he is the whole package. We even think he's also potty trained. Rio is available for adoption. All fees are waived for the whole month of August, and Clear the Shelter is happening this Saturday, the 31st, from 10 to 5 p.m. at the Irving Care Campus. We're located at 4140 Valley View Lane. Make sure you stop by, bring your friends, bring your family, and adopt a new friend today.
Road to the Future. It's the City of Irving's long-term roadmap, making sure you can get where you want to go. The City of Irving's Traffic and Transportation Department maintains 1,440 lane miles of roads. To put that into perspective, if you left from Irving City Hall, that's the equivalent of maintaining a 2-lane road all the way to Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeehaw!
To keep you safe, the city has more than 58,000 street signs, 220 traffic signals, 350 pedestrian and school crossings, and nearly 2,700 city-owned streetlights. Irving's road system is estimated to be valued at more than $1.5 billion, and Road to the Future ensures the city continues to invest in its roadways. Over the last 3 years, the Capital Improvement Program has completed $25.7 million worth of street reconstruction, and another 15 projects are currently in progress, worth $110.9 million. This is also year 7 of the city's Summer Overlay Project, as the Traffic and Transportation Department repaves sections of 25 streets across the city. Irving's Road to the Future program, continuing to invest in your transportation.
Talking transportation, infrastructure investment, and more, leaders gather for the Infrastructure Summit hosted by the City of Irving and the North Texas Commission at the Irving Convention Center.
Well, I'm happy that we're having it again. Irving has always been a leader in transportation.
It's a fantastic opportunity for Irving, bringing in all of these people who are really, at the heart of infrastructure, transit, utilities.
It's always good for us to get together and talk about transportation and water. Those are two of the main things that really affect the day-to-day operation of everything in the city.
It's great to come back to a sellout crowd for this anniversary.
This year's keynote celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Regional Transportation Council.
The RTC has been instrumental in advancing every major transportation project in the city of Irving over the last 50 years.
We take great pride at the Regional Transportation Council on focusing on outcomes, every day trying to get more outcomes implemented. For now, the 8 million, when I started, 2 million people in the region, soon to be 12 million people in the region.
Other major topics in focus during the 2-day summit include the water supply.
The quality of water and the conservation of water is very important.
Also, the connections between infrastructure and economic development.
Transportation and infrastructure and economic development go hand in hand.
We know that corporations, when they're looking to come to North Texas, and there's a lot of them, they want to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to handle the traffic, to handle the light rail, the mass transit, that their workers and the citizens demand from their employers.
We're the center of where all the employment is. We're the center where all the jobs are. And transportation is key for any future employers and current employers.
Building, maintaining, and updating infrastructure takes a lot of investment, which is one reason people here believe all residents should stay engaged on this topic.
You hit a great point, Thomas. The cost of doing these things is enormous. And unfortunately, the way that they can start and be finished is today for the future, which means you and I pay a little more dollars because that's what it's going to cost and what it's going to take to build the infrastructure for the future.
Here at the Infrastructure Summit, leaders network and learn the latest. Solutions that may benefit communities and collaborations that can make a difference.
That's how you get things done.
You can't build anything on your own, so it requires TxDOT, DART, RTC, the city, and other cooperation, FTA, feds. TxDOT just requires a whole realm of people to get a project completed.
They are planning for the future and talking a lot about Irving at the annual Infrastructure Summit.
It's a wonderful event, and it allows us, the city of Irving, to showcase the successes that we've had with economic development and transportation, and just gives us a chance to showcase our community.
Thomas Gandy for City Source.
Hello everyone, I'm Susan Stevens. Be sure to watch Irving Spotlight as we try milkshakes and more in a new Irving Eats. And Alamo Drafthouse Las Cleanas is back. We celebrate their return and learn about exciting new offers during their soft open. So tune in for the September 6th episode on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16, and Frontier Channel 30. And on YouTube at The City of Irving, as we spotlight the city's arts, culture, and entertainment.
This year's gala is Viva Irving Cares. As you know, we've kind of done some of these theme things. So this year we're kind of doing a Viva Fiesta party theme, kind of more of a menu's going to be Latin-based type food that Chef Eduardo's putting together for us. We'll have a silent auction, a live auction, a few little games and things you can play. We're going to have ballet folklore out here. We'll have a mariachi band here to kind of settle in with the theme. You know, we've always done a wine pool. This year we're going to do a tequila pool. So we're going to have a lot of small batch craft tequilas this year to pull to kind of go along with the theme of Viva Irving Cares. It's a great event to be able to give back to an organization that's really making an impact in the community. It's a lot of fun. It's a chance to see some old friends, meet some new people, just network and mingle and learn more about what Irving Cares does. Our overall goal is to help lift families completely out of poverty with a living wage job. The better our community is, the better we take care of all of our folks. It's a win for everybody, even those that don't need help.
$50, $40, $30, $20.
Aspiring pilot Elza Mace is landing a commercial jet for the first time. With one caveat, it was in here.
I am ecstatic, 10 out of 10.
Elza is one of a dozen people who work in the aviation industry that won a contest from Irving-based Envoy Air, a subsidiary of American Airlines Group.
That was incredible. It was everything I wanted and probably a little bit more too.
The contest, in celebration of National Aviation Day, gives winners the opportunity to jump in the captain's seat in a flight simulator at Avenger Flight Group, located in West Irving.
If aviation isn't in your family, you don't even know what it takes to become a pilot or what pilots in training go through.
500.
Going back and forth.
Inside the simulators, you completely forget you're still in a building in Irving.
It feels exactly like the plane.
Wherever you're ready, go ahead.
And sitting at the helm of this aircraft could be the runway for a future Envoy captain.
Getting in there today, probably very similar to me the first time I got in the sim, gives them that spark and the motivation that they need in order to kind of continue to pursue their dream.
Been shot out of a rocket.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
That's certainly the case for Elza, who is more than eager for her career to take off.
I already want to be a pilot, but this just like times it by a million.
A simulated experience with real-world benefits taking flight soon. Robert Sheik for City Source.
Lace up those bowling shoes and come support Irving Cares for their 5th annual bowl-a-thon. 100% of the proceeds will be donated to the Las Cleanas Association 2024 nonprofit partner. So come out and score a strike here at Pinstack Las Cleanas, September 4th at 6 p.m. The Irving Arts Center is back. Explore new stories and fun art projects during this creative story time that combines art and children's literature. The Jumpstart Stories and Art program takes place on the first Thursday of each month at the Irving Arts Center at 10 a.m. The theme for the September 5th session will be transportation and all things go. Pack your blankets and lawn chairs for a family-friendly movie under the stars. Kick off the Movies on Main series by coming early and grabbing a bite to eat in the Irving Heritage District or from one of our on-site food vendors. This community event will happen here at Heritage Park, September 6th at 7:30 p.m.
It's the theater for movie lovers.
I just think it's very unique in the way they do movies.
I think it's a little bit more personal too, just like the experience.
The Alamo Drafthouse Cinema Los Cleanest unexpectedly closed all its DFW locations this past spring.
I honestly cried when Alamo shut down. It was very emotional for me.
Thankfully, it was a short closure, and all the theaters have reopened, including the beloved Alamo located at the Toyota Music Factory.
A lot of hard work that went into getting this place up and running again, so we're super excited to be here tonight.
I'm really happy just because, they do offer vegan options, so there's somewhere where I can actually eat and watch the movies because it's something that we love to do.
I'm so excited. I work right next door, so I would be able to come and see movies right after I got off of work.
And for a limited time, you can watch some of the summer's hottest releases for an affordable price.
If you missed Deadpool, you have to come see that. We have It Ends With Us. The Crow just came out this week. Alien Romulus, which is something that really should be seen on the big screen. All of those are playing right now, and for the next 2 weeks of our soft opening, tickets are only $5, and we're offering 25% off of select food and beverages.
Almost all the Friday night showings were sold out, with the community eager to return to Alamo and watch a movie.
Alien. Yes. We're huge fanatics, so of course we had to come.
Yes.
Alien Romulus and Blink Twice. We're doing a double feature.
You can continue to watch films back to back with an Alamo Season Pass that allows you to see up to one movie per day for only $20 a month.
And that includes a lot of our repertory programming as well, so it really gives you a wide variety that you wouldn't get at other theaters.
Something else you won't get at other theaters is their eclectic menu that offers several made-from-scratch dishes.
I think the pizza is probably my favorite though, because it's handmade dough, and I'm just a sucker for handmade pizza.
And a one-of-a-kind movie-watching experience.
We did a building dedication to John Carpenter. We worked with Texas Frightmare. So I feel like we've really integrated ourselves into Irving, and so I was just incredibly excited and grateful that we get to be back here.
Hi, I'm Thomas Gandy. On the next City Source, it's Dogust. Find out why that means some tasty treats for the pets at Irving Animal Services. We'll also have these stories. We visit an Irving woman who is benefiting from the city's home rehabilitation program and meet some of the team making a difference in the lives of homeowners. Keep Irving Beautiful is honoring people and groups making an impact in the city. Hear from some of the award recipients. That's at 6 p.m. on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16 and Frontier Channel 30, and at youtube.com/The City of Irving for all of the important local stories and information we bring you on ICTN City Source.
Everyone here tonight makes a positive impact in Irving.
We're here tonight to celebrate the 2024 Mayor and Keep Irving Beautiful Awards.
And our goal is to recognize some of those folks that wouldn't normally get recognized.
Our first award this evening is the Youth Leadership Award.
It's always great to have this event every year to recognize all the volunteers that we have within the community, the businesses and the different nonprofit groups that come together.
Accepting the award for Hometown Hero is Mike Serapio.
That's why we're here to celebrate people in the community that have done remarkable things in some cases, in other cases, just ordinary things that help the community be a better community.
Go team, y'all rock!
Keep Irving Beautiful. I've been part of them for years and years. To me, it's very much a blessing to be recognized.
Our next award is for civic organization or nonprofit.
We have done a lot of community service activities, clean up, recycle, canned food drive, and our signature project with KIB is a tree plantation. And then this year we planted 21 trees with a donation of $4,100 from our club.
This is the Margie Stipes Lifetime Achievement Award, and it goes to Christina Winters.
It's a privilege to live here, to work here, and play here. And we want everyone else to feel the same way.
Christina has been making a positive impact in the Irving community, all over the community for many, many years.
I have to tell you that South Irving is my vision for the future of Irving, because there is so much opportunity down in our city.
It reminds me of how Irving started. Irving was a bunch of people that came together with a vision to create a great city and work together and to help each other out.
Well, I hope that they recognize that ordinary people like myself and you can do great things in our community, right?
Hopefully somebody else can look at it and then have the drive to want to do the same thing. So everybody should look at one another and help making the city a better place to live.
Your ICTN team produced 38 videos in the month of July.
We love to join the parade to show our patriotism, how much we love living in Irving, and are proud of that.
When we overlay roads, you get new striping, new lane markings, and new crosswalks. So you get the whole kit and caboodle, so to speak.
It's weird hearing Under the Sea while I'm in the pool. I think that's pretty cool.
We're a pop-up museum experience, and we have an exhibit about the border crossing and about the immigrant experience.
We do see a lot of people that come in and then they're like, oh, we want to try this new dish that you guys posted.
A live rabbit, LED routines, knives for a danger element.
It's so interesting. I really enjoyed working with a lot of different people and getting to know each other as well as being able to do the play.
Because you're such a great dog.
You know, you get them when they're 8 weeks old. So, and you watch them grow up like this.
And July also brought the debut of public meetings streaming live on YouTube for broader access and engagement.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Irving City Council for July 11th.
Stay up to date by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/the City of Irving.
Passion meets precision at Milkshakes and More, where every recipe is crafted into a flavorful treat.
If you start with quality ingredients, you can make a good really anything. The milkshakes are awesome. We basically use ice cream and milk, and then we have inclusions that you can put in them. We do a classic shake, which is strawberry or chocolate or vanilla.
One of the shop's most popular shakes is the salted caramel Oreo cookie.
Oh my God, it's so good. I just got some toffee bits and they are the best, wow.
Along with some other customer favorite mixtures.
Chocolate raspberry and cream is very popular. Our peanut butter brownie bite, we got our brownies from the bakery 2 doors over.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. You too.
We're a small family-owned local business. We want to support other family-owned local businesses. So.
Of course, if you're not feeling a milkshake, there are more options.
I think my daughter would have killed me if we didn't have boba tea anyways.
2 scoop sundae with the brown sugar with boba.
In addition to several teas, Milkshakes and More offers coffees, smoothies, slushies, gourmet chocolates, and popcorn.
Something for everyone in the family to enjoy, because not everyone wants a milkshake at the same time.
No matter what you choose to indulge in, the business prides itself on friendly customer service, catering to all dietary restrictions, and providing generous servings.
One of the biggest complaints I saw about milkshakes in general was they fill the cup 3/4 with the milkshake and then they fill it the rest of the way with whipped cream. We always want to give more, right? Give more rather than less.
Giving more to his hometown.
I've been living in Irving since 2015 and I just love the community. I love the diversity of it.
And inviting everyone to explore a variety of sweet treats to satisfy their cravings.
Summer isn't over yet. Enjoy live music, delicious food, and beverages here at the Lake House Summer Concert Series. The featured act will be country music singer, songwriter, and Rolling Stones artist to watch, Hannah Ellis. Come down to the Lake House Waterfront Lounge at the Omni Las Colinas, August 31st at 5:30 p.m. Irving Library programs are back in session. The first Wednesday of each month, join a lively discussion on the best that the mystery genre has to offer. Join other mystery fans September 4th at 12 p.m. Discover how biomimicry, drawing inspiration from 3.8 billion years of evolution, influences everything from clothing to skyscrapers. This exhibit will feature artifacts, artwork, and photography, and interactive learning stations. Nature's Blueprints, Biomimicry in Art and Design opens September 4th at the Irving Archives and Museum.
Hi, I'm Egan Dobson, and today it is Pet of the Week here at the Irving Animal Care Campus. With me today is my friend Rio. He is a 2-year-old Anatolian Shepherd mix. He is super dog friendly, kid friendly, and cat friendly, so he is the whole package. We even think he's also potty trained. Rio is available for adoption. All fees are waived for the whole month of August, and Clear the Shelter is happening this Saturday, the 31st, from 10 to 5 p.m. at the Irving Care Campus. We're located at 4140 Valley View Lane. Make sure you stop by, bring your friends, bring your family, and adopt a new friend today.
Road to the Future. It's the City of Irving's long-term roadmap, making sure you can get where you want to go. The City of Irving's Traffic and Transportation Department maintains 1,440 lane miles of roads. To put that into perspective, if you left from Irving City Hall, that's the equivalent of maintaining a 2-lane road all the way to Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeehaw!
To keep you safe, the city has more than 58,000 street signs, 220 traffic signals, 350 pedestrian and school crossings, and nearly 2,700 city-owned streetlights. Irving's road system is estimated to be valued at more than $1.5 billion, and Road to the Future ensures the city continues to invest in its roadways. Over the last 3 years, the Capital Improvement Program has completed $25.7 million worth of street reconstruction, and another 15 projects are currently in progress, worth $110.9 million. This is also year 7 of the city's Summer Overlay Project, as the Traffic and Transportation Department repaves sections of 25 streets across the city. Irving's Road to the Future program, continuing to invest in your transportation.
Talking transportation, infrastructure investment, and more, leaders gather for the Infrastructure Summit hosted by the City of Irving and the North Texas Commission at the Irving Convention Center.
Well, I'm happy that we're having it again. Irving has always been a leader and transportation.
It's a fantastic opportunity for Irving, bringing in all of these people who are really, at the heart of infrastructure, transit, utilities.
It's always good for us to get together and talk about transportation and water. Those are two of the main things that really affect the day-to-day operation of everything in the city.
It's great to come back to a sellout crowd for this anniversary.
This year's keynote celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Regional Transportation Council.
The RTC has been instrumental in advancing every major transportation project in the city of Irving over the last 50 years.
We take great pride at the Regional Transportation Council on focusing on outcomes, every day trying to get more outcomes implemented. For now, the 8 million, when I started, 2 million people in the region, soon to be 12 million people in the region.
Other major topics in focus during the two-day summit include the water supply.
The quality of water and the conservation of water is very important.
Also, the connections between infrastructure and economic development.
Transportation and infrastructure and economic development go hand in hand.
We know that corporations, when they're looking to come to North Texas, and there's a lot of them, they want to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to handle the traffic, to handle the light rail, the mass transit, that their workers and the citizens demand from their employers.
We're the center of where all the employment is. We're the center where all the jobs are. And transportation is key for any future employers and current employers.
Building, maintaining, and updating infrastructure takes a lot of investment, which is one reason people here believe all residents should stay engaged on this topic.
You hit a great point, Thomas. The cost of doing these things is enormous. And unfortunately, the way that they can start and be finished is today for the future, which means you and I pay a little more dollars because that's what it's going to cost and what it's going to take to build the infrastructure for the future.
Here at the Infrastructure Summit, leaders network and learn the latest. Solutions that may benefit communities and collaborations that can make a difference.
That's how you get things done. You can't build anything on your own, so it requires TxDOT, DART, RTC, the city, and other cooperation, FTA, feds. TxDOT just requires a whole realm of people to get a project completed.
They are planning for the future and talking a lot about Irving at the annual Infrastructure Summit.
It's a wonderful event, and it allows us, the city of Irving, to showcase the successes that we've had with economic development and transportation, and just gives us a chance to showcase our community.
Thomas Gandy for City Source.
Hello everyone, I'm Susan Stevens. Be sure to watch Irving Spotlight as we try milkshakes and more in a new Irving Eats. And Alamo Drafthouse Las Cleanas is back. We celebrate their return and learn about exciting new offers during their soft open. So tune in for the September 6th episode on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16, and Frontier Channel 30. And on YouTube at The City of Irving, as we spotlight the city's arts, culture, and entertainment.
This year's gala is Viva Irving Cares. As you know, we've kind of done some of these theme things. So this year we're kind of doing a Viva Fiesta party theme, kind of more of a menu's going to be Latin-based type food that Chef Eduardo's putting together for us. We'll have a silent auction, a live auction, a few little games and things you can play. We're going to have ballet folklore out here. We'll have a mariachi band here to kind of settle in with the theme. You know, we've always done a wine pool. This year we're going to do a tequila pool. So we're going to have a lot of small batch craft tequilas this year to pull to kind of go along with the theme of Viva Irving Cares. It's a great event to be able to give back to an organization that's really making an impact in the community. It's a lot of fun. It's a chance to see some old friends, meet some new people, just network and mingle and learn more about what Irving Cares does. Our overall goal is to help lift families completely out of poverty with a living wage job. The better our community is, the better we take care of all of our folks. It's a win for everybody, even those that don't need help.
50, 40, 30, 20.
Aspiring pilot Elza Mace is landing a commercial jet for the first time.
Tell it to close hangar.
With one caveat, it was in here.
I am ecstatic, 10 out of 10.
Elza is one of a dozen people who work in the aviation industry that won a contest from Irving-based Envoy Air, a subsidiary of American Airlines Group.
That was incredible. It was everything I wanted and probably a little bit more too.
The contest, in celebration of National Aviation Day, gives winners the opportunity to jump in the captain's seat in a flight simulator at Avenger Flight Group, located in West Irving.
If aviation isn't in your family, you don't even know what it takes to become a pilot or what pilots in training go through.
500.
Going back and forth.
Inside the simulators, you completely forget you're still in a building in Irving.
It feels exactly like the plane.
Wherever you're ready, go ahead.
And sitting at the helm of this aircraft could be the runway for a future Envoy captain.
Getting in there today, probably very similar to me the first time I got in a sim, gives them that spark and the motivation that they need in order to kind of continue to pursue their dream.
Been shot out of a rocket.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
That's certainly the case for Elza, who is more than eager for her career to take off.
I already want to be a pilot, but this just like times it by a million.
A simulated experience with real-world benefits taking flight soon. Robert Sheik for City Source.
Lace up those bowling shoes and come support Irving Cares for their 5th annual bowl-a-thon. 100% of the proceeds will be donated to the Las Colinas Association 2024 nonprofit partner. So come out and score a strike here at Pinstack Las Colinas September 4th at 6 p.m. The Irving Art Center is back. Explore new stories and fun art projects during this creative story time that combines art and children's literature. The Jumpstart Stories and Art program takes place on the first Thursday of each month at the Irving Art Center at 10 a.m. The theme for the September 5th session will be transportation and all things go. Pack your blankets and lawn chairs for a family-friendly movie under the stars. Kick off the Movies on Main series by coming early and grabbing a bite to eat in the Irving Heritage District or from one of our on-site food vendors. This community event will happen here at Heritage Park September 6th at 7:30 p.m.
It's the theater for movie lovers.
I just think it's very unique in the way they do movies.
I think it's a little bit more personal too, just like the experience.
The Alamo Drafthouse Cinema Las Colinas unexpectedly closed all its DFW locations this past spring.
I honestly cried when Alamo shut down. It's very emotional for me.
Thankfully, it was a short closure, and all the theaters have reopened, including the beloved Alamo located at the Toyota Music Factory.
A lot of hard work that went into getting this place up and running again, so we're super excited to be here tonight.
I'm really happy just because, you know, they do offer vegan options, so there's somewhere where I can actually eat and watch the movies because it's something that we love to do.
I'm so excited. I work right next door, so I would be able to come and see movies right after I got off of work.
And for a limited time, you can watch some of the summer's hottest releases for an affordable price.
If you missed Deadpool, you have to come see that. We have It Ends With Us. The Crow just came out this week. Alien Romulus, which is something that really should be seen on the big screen. All of those are playing right now, and for the next 2 weeks of our soft opening, tickets are only $5, and we're offering 25% off of select food and beverages.
Almost all the Friday night showings were sold out, with the community eager to return to Alamo and watch a movie.
Alien. Yes. We're huge fanatics, so of course we had to come. Yes.
Alien Romulus and Blink Twice. We're doing a double feature.
You can continue to watch films back to back with an Alamo Season Pass that allows you to see up to one movie per day for only $20 a month.
And that includes a lot of our repertory programming as well, so it really gives you a wide variety that you wouldn't get at other theaters.
Something else you won't get at other theaters is their eclectic menu that offers several made-from-scratch dishes.
I think the pizza is probably my favorite though, because it's handmade dough, and I'm just a sucker for handmade pizza.
And a one-of-a-kind movie-watching experience.
We did a building dedication to John Carpenter. We worked with Texas Frightmare. So I feel like we've really integrated ourselves into Irving, and so I was just incredibly excited and grateful that we get to be back here.
Hi, I'm Thomas Gandy. On the next City Source, it's Dogist. Find out why that means some tasty treats for the pets at Irving Animal Services. We'll also have these stories. We visit an Irving woman who is benefiting from the city's home rehabilitation program and meet some of the team making a difference in the lives of homeowners. Keep Irving Beautiful is honoring people and groups making an impact in the city. Hear from some of the award recipients. That's at 6 p.m. on ICT and Now, Spectrum Channel 16 and Frontier Channel 30, and at youtube.com/The City of Irving. For all of the important local stories and information we bring you on ICT and City Source.
Everyone here tonight makes a positive impact in Irving.
We're here tonight to celebrate the 2024 Mayor and Keep Irving Beautiful Awards.
And our goal is to recognize some of those folks that wouldn't normally get recognized.
Our first award this evening is the Youth Leadership Award.
It's always great to have this event every year to recognize all the volunteers that we have within the community, the businesses and the different nonprofit groups that come together.
Accepting the award for Hometown Hero is Mike Serapio.
So that's why we're here to celebrate people in the community that have done remarkable things in some cases, just in other cases, just ordinary things that help the community be a better community.
Go team, y'all rock!
Keep Irving Beautiful. I've been part of them for years and years. To me, it's very much a blessing to be recognized.
Our next award is for civic organization or nonprofit.
We have done a lot of community service activities, clean up, recycle, can food drive, and our signature project with KIB is a tree plantation. And then this year we planted 21 trees with a donation of $4,100 from our club.
This is the Margie Stipes Lifetime Achievement Award, and it goes to Christina Winters.
It's a privilege to live here, to work here, and play here. And we want everyone else to feel the same way.
Christina has been making a positive impact in the Irving community, all over the community for many, many years.
I have to tell you that South Irving is my vision for the future of Irving because there is so much opportunity down in our city.
It reminds me of how Irving started. Irving was a bunch of people that came together with a vision to create a great city and work together and to help each other out.
Well, I hope that they recognize that ordinary people like myself and you can do great things in our community, right?
Hopefully somebody else can look at it and then have the drive to want to do the same thing. So everybody should look at one another and help making the city a better place to live.
Your ICTN team produced 38 videos in the month of July.
We love to join the parade to show our patriotism, how much we love living in Irving, and are proud of that.
When we overlay roads,
Your ICTN team produced 38 videos in the month of July.
We love to join the parade to show our patriotism, how much we love living in Irving, and are proud of that.
when we overlay roads, you get new striping, new lane markings, and new crosswalks. So you get the whole kit and caboodle, so to speak.
It's weird hearing Under the Sea while I'm in the pool. I think that's pretty cool.
We're a pop-up museum experience, and we have an exhibit about the border crossing and about the immigrant experience.
We do see a lot of people that come in and then they're like, oh, we want to try this new dish that you guys posted.
A live rabbit, LED routines, knives for a danger element.
It's so interesting. I really enjoyed working with a lot of different people and getting to know each other as well as being able to do the play.
Because you're such a great dog.
You know, you get them when they're 8 weeks old. So, and you watch them grow up like this.
And July also brought the debut of public meetings streaming live on YouTube for broader access and engagement.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Irving City Council for July 11th.
Stay up to date by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/the City of Irving.
Passion meets precision at Milkshakes and More, where every recipe is crafted into a flavorful treat.
If you start with quality ingredients, you can make a good, really anything. The milkshakes are awesome. We basically use ice cream and milk, and then we have inclusions that you can put in them. We do a classic shake, which is strawberry or chocolate or vanilla.
One of the shop's most popular shakes is the salted caramel Oreo cookie.
Oh my God, it's so good. I just got some toffee bits and they are the best, wow.
Along with some other customer favorite mixtures.
Chocolate raspberry and cream is very popular. Our peanut butter brownie bite. We got our brownies from the bakery 2 doors over.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. You too.
We're a small family-owned local business. We want to support other family-owned local businesses. So.
Of course, if you're not feeling a milkshake, there are more options.
I think my daughter would have killed me if we didn't have boba tea anyways.
2 scoop sundae with the brown sugar with boba.
In addition to several teas, Milkshakes and More offers coffees, smoothies, slushies, gourmet chocolates, and popcorn.
Something for everyone in the family to enjoy, because not everyone wants a milkshake at the same time.
No matter what you choose to indulge in, the business prides itself on friendly customer service, catering to all dietary restrictions, and providing generous servings.
One of the biggest complaints I saw about milkshakes in general was they fill the cup 3/4 with the milkshake and then they fill it the rest of the way with whipped cream. We always want to give more, right? Give more rather than less.
Giving more to his hometown.
I've been living in Irving since 2015 and I just love the community. I love the diversity of it.
And inviting everyone to explore a variety of sweet treats to satisfy their cravings.
Summer isn't over yet. Enjoy live music, delicious food, and beverages here at the Lake House Summer Concert Series. The featured act will be country music singer, songwriter, and Rolling Stones artist to watch, Hannah Ellis. Come down to the Lake House Waterfront Lounge at the Omni Las Colinas, August 31st at 5:30 p.m. Irving Library programs are back in session. The first Wednesday of each month, join a lively discussion on the best that the mystery genre has to offer. Join other mystery fans September 4th at 12 p.m. Discover how biomimicry, drawing inspiration from 3.8 billion years of evolution, influences everything from clothing to skyscrapers. This exhibit will feature artifacts, artwork, and photography, and interactive learning stations. Nature's Blueprints, Biomimicry in Art and Design opens September 4th at the Irving Archives and Museum.
Hi, I'm Egan Dobson, and today it is Pet of the Week here at the Irving Animal Care Campus. With me today is my friend Rio. He is a 2-year-old Anatolian Shepherd mix. He is super dog friendly, kid friendly, and cat friendly, so he is the whole package. We even think he's also potty trained. Rio is available for adoption. All fees are waived for the whole month of August, and Clear the Shelter is happening this Saturday, the 31st, from 10 to 5 p.m. at the Irving Care Campus. We're located at 4140 Valley View Lane. Make sure you stop by, bring your friends, bring your family, and adopt a new friend today.
Road to the Future. It's the City of Irving's long-term roadmap, making sure you can get where you want to go. The City of Irving's Traffic and Transportation Department maintains 1,440 lane miles of roads. To put that into perspective, if you left from Irving City Hall, that's the equivalent of maintaining a 2-lane road all the way to Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeehaw!
To keep you safe, the city has more than 58,000 street signs, 220 traffic signals, 350 pedestrian and school crossings, and nearly 2,700 city-owned streetlights. Irving's road system is estimated to be valued at more than $1.5 billion, and Road to the Future ensures the city continues to invest in its roadways. Over the last 3 years, the Capital Improvement Program has completed $25.7 million worth of street reconstruction, and another 15 projects are currently in progress, worth $110.9 million. This is also year 7 of the city's Summer Overlay Project, as the Traffic and Transportation Department repaves sections of 25 streets across the city. Irving's Road to the Future program, continuing to invest in your transportation.
Talking transportation, infrastructure investment, and more, leaders gather for the Infrastructure Summit hosted by the City of Irving and the North Texas Commission at the Irving Convention Center.
Well, I'm happy that we're having it again. Irving has always been a leader in transportation.
It's a fantastic opportunity for Irving, bringing in all of these people who are really, at the heart of infrastructure, transit, utilities.
It's always good for us to get together and talk about transportation and water. Those are two of the main things that really affect the day-to-day operation of everything in the city.
It's great to come back to a sellout crowd for this anniversary.
This year's keynote celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Regional Transportation Council.
The RTC has been instrumental in advancing every major transportation project in the city of Irving over the last 50 years.
We take great pride at the Regional Transportation Council on focusing on outcomes, every day trying to get more outcomes implemented. For now, the 8 million, when I started, 2 million people in the region, soon to be 12 million people in the region.
Other major topics in focus during the 2-day summit include the water supply.
The quality of water and the conservation of water is very important.
Also, the connections between infrastructure and economic development.
Transportation and infrastructure and economic development go hand in hand.
We know that corporations, when they're looking to come to North Texas, and there's a lot of them, they want to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to handle the traffic, to handle the light rail, the mass transit, that their workers and the citizens demand from their employers.
We're the center of where all the employment is. We're the center where all the jobs are. And transportation is key for any future employers and current employers.
Building, maintaining, and updating infrastructure takes a lot of investment, which is one reason people here believe all residents should stay engaged on this topic.
You hit a great point, Thomas. The cost of doing these things is enormous. And unfortunately, the way that they can start and be finished is today for the future, which means you and I pay a little more dollars because that's what it's going to cost and what it's going to take to build the infrastructure for the future.
Here at the Infrastructure Summit, leaders network and learn the latest. Solutions that may benefit communities and collaborations that can make a difference.
That's how you get things done. You know, you can't build anything on your own, so it requires TxDOT, DART, RTC, the city, and other cooperation, FTA, feds. TxDOT just requires a whole realm of people to get a project completed.
They are planning for the future and talking a lot about Irving at the annual Infrastructure Summit.
It's a wonderful event, and it allows us, the city of Irving, to showcase the successes that we've had with economic development and transportation, and just gives us a chance to showcase our community.
Thomas Gandy for City Source.
Hello everyone, I'm Susan Stevens. Be sure to watch Irving Spotlight as we try milkshakes and more in a new Irving Eats. And Alamo Drafthouse Los Cleanas is back. We celebrate their return and learn about exciting new offers during their soft open. So tune in for the September 6th episode on ICTN Now, Spectrum Channel 16, and Frontier Channel 30.
On the air. And the Texas Municipal Retirement System, TMRS, we're going to have a little discussion, maybe. Who's presenting this? Brett? Good afternoon.
Well, who keeps turning it off? Yeah. Again, Brett Starr, Chief Financial Officer, here to talk to you about proposed change to the TMRS retirement system that will be on the agenda on September the 12th. We previewed this at Audit and Finance Committee on August 1st. And let me get back to, here we are. Nope, wrong one. That's what I get for trying to do it myself. There we are. So just a brief statement of where we are. Irving currently offers the following pension benefits for employees who are eligible to participate in TMRS, which is all full-time employees except for the firefighters who have their own plan. We provide a 7% employee contribution, which we match 2-to-1. There is a 5-year vesting period, and for retirees that are eligible, we offer a 30% annual repeating cost of living adjustment, or COLA. I'm going to be saying COLA a lot, so that's the last time I said cost of living adjustment. TMRS rules are very restrictive. There's only 3 types of COLAs you can offer. 70% of the Consumer Price Index, 50%, or 30%.
Thank you.
Just to go back and give a little history, in 1999, the city implemented a 70% repeating COLA for TMRS eligible retirees. In 2009, we changed that to no retiree COLA adjustment due to financial constraints. In 2014, we did an ad hoc COLA for 1 year at 50%. And then in 2015, and since then, we've offered a 30% cost of living adjustment. Some retirees, because of the way TMRS works with a retroactive approach to that, who had received the 70% COLA had not received a COLA adjustment since that time due to the way that TMRS calculates retroactive benefits until the current option under the current option of a 30% COLA. So basically, because they had a higher increase in their retirement benefits than prior years, when we went to the 30% COLA, they recalculated everyone back to then, and if your rate was above that amount, they did not grant you COLA adjustments until you caught up. In 2023, the Texas legislature approved a new repeating COLA option for TMRS that was non-retroactive, that allowed us to just go back and look at 1 year's change in the Consumer Price Index and apply that increase to our retirees. We have to make a positive decision to take that option. We can only do it beginning January 1st, 2025 or 2026. And we must pass the ordinance and provide it to TMRS before December 31st of the year for it to go into effect. So if we're going to do it for the current budget year, we have to do it before December 31st. And once we do this, we can't change our rate downward. So if we opt for this, we can't go down to 0, or if we were at 30, we couldn't go to 50. We couldn't use this to game the system. We have to keep it at the same rate or go higher. So the impact of the retirees, all retirees in TMRS would get an adjustment to their cost of living adjustment that are eligible. If they retired this year, they wouldn't, but anyone who's been in the plan for over a year retired would be able to get a cost of living adjustment. No one would, under the new plan, doing the calculations, no one would have a reduced benefit. And in subsequent years, that would continue on, each year getting a 30% adjustment to the Consumer Price Index from that point forward. So it helps the retirees. It also helps the city. In the current budget year, our contribution rate was 10.35%, and initial projections for next year were going to be 10.93. But if we do adopt this rate as we're recommending, the rate would be 10.31, which is a saving to the general fund of $670,000, the differential between the 10.93 and the 10.31. And we've already baked that into the budget because we're recommending this change. So our recommendation is that the council adopt this new 30% non-repeating COLA option with the budget on September 12th and send the resolution off to TMRS so it can go into effect for all retirees starting in January. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
John?
3, 5.
So this is non-repeating, so this is something we'll have to approve every year?
No. The non-repeating factor is that once we start this, they'll only do a 1-year look back on the cost of living adjustment. That's the non-repeating part of it.
Okay, thank you. That was what was confusing to me. Thank you.
Al?
Yeah, thank you. If I remember correctly, Chris, and discussions that we've had, you went back and tried to make up the difference because there was no COLA for a period of time. Am I correct?
Yes.
And then, so we got caught in a higher level to try to make it up, and now, are we caught again? I guess.
Yeah, and that was what Brett was showing before.
Well, no, that's why I'm bringing it up.
About like 10, 12 years ago, when we reduced it, there were some retirees that were frozen until our contributions were to catch up. But now, Brett, I believe all retirees.
There are still 10 that have not
All
caught
right,
up.
thank you. And when will they be caught up? I know in various.
It varies over the next couple of years.
So that I understand that it only applies to them.
Yes.
No, it applies to everybody.
Well, that's my point, because that's a big number, because I know what the CPI is, and I mean, it is not that kind of a number.
Yes.
So how do we deal with this?
So for the 10 individuals?
Yes.
That's what you're.
No, for going forward.
For everybody.
So we have a COLA now of 30%?
Yes.
Of what base? Base salary?
No, 30% of the Consumer Price Index from the prior year. So say for example, the CPI went up for a percentage, 1%. Then the next year, the amount that the retirees got would be 30% of that.
I'm good because I know what the CPI is, and if you're doing the percentage, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay, but I saw that 30. I said, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I'm good. I got it. Thank you.
Brad?
So, let me see if I can enunciate this. Non-repeating means it's not going to be adjusted every year. It's adjusted this year, and then that does essentially count for future years. So it's not a one-time either, where it's a one-time payment. It's an every year payment, but it's adjusted this year.
It's adjusted based on 1 year back. So each year we'll look at the CPI. So for the upcoming adjustment, we'll look at this change in CPI for 2023. Next year, for fiscal year 26, we'll look at the CPI adjustment for 2024, only that year. And so it'll only be the prior complete year that will be looked at. That's the non-retroactive part.
So how is that non-repeating?
It is repeating in the sense that it is repeating. It's non-retroactive. It's not non-retroactive, non-repeating.
It's looking forward, I guess.
So we'll do it every year until until the council makes an affirmative action to change it to something else.
Yeah, because I get it, and
Okay.
I know what you're wrestling with, and so, yeah, okay. My concern is, though, the feds do it on usually a 5-year, I guess, spectrum, because they're not sure how this thing is gonna roll forward, and then it comes back and forth. I mean, I guess my question, why can't we do it that way? Or are we doing it that way? Not 5-year, but whatever period of time we're dealing with.
TMRS is very constrained as to how you calculate this, and so this new way of calculating the things had to be adopted by the state legislature. And so this is a new wrinkle that allows us to do it in a little simpler manner.
There's our problem.
Yep. You're welcome.
Why don't you put the legislature in and we realized we were in a pickle. Go ahead.
So, Chris, somewhere down in the future, is there any plans to try to figure out a way maybe to increase the COLA a few years? I mean,
Yeah, Brett, if we were to increase it, and this is, I think, and maybe another change, do we have to retroactively go back? How does that work? Because we've looked into this before, and when we were looking to increase it before, you had to go. So how does that work?
So two options. If we're at 30%, and as I mentioned, we're going to be at. I knew this was coming up, so I did the math. So I knew this. So if we're at 30% now, and the savings to the city will be about $670,000. Where's that slide?
Because we don't have to go back anymore.
Because we don't have to go back anymore. There it is. Yeah. So if we were to go up to the 50% and do the same and make the same ruling as a non-retroactive, that would be a $3 million increase to the budget. If we were going to go up to 50% and make it retroactive, it'd be $5.3 million additional to this budget.
So, no, sir, there are no plans to do that.
yeah, and I was just curious because, we're getting all these letters and these emails from, retirees, and I think, quite frankly, we just need to tell them. You just need to tell them the cost. And, you're talking $3 million, $5 million, they need to understand, it's probably not going to happen. You're probably stuck with 30 for, and I think that way you don't have them thinking that there's a possibility that,
Expectation.
Yeah, the expectation, and so because of not, because like I say, I mean, I'm reading the emails from the retirees and, saying, hey, y'all got a chance to raise the COLA, well, yeah, $5 million. And that's unrealistic. So I think they would appreciate it if you just come straight out and just be honest with them. At least maybe in the near future.
We'd have to have a pretty good windfall
Right,
to
and I'm
have
saying,
an extra $5 million.
I'm just saying at least.
Well, we could raise taxes, yeah. We'd have so penny and a quarter. All right.
All right.
Data centers in the freeway zoning. We used to have so much stuff in the freeway zoning. Back in the day, we took out multifamily because it was in freeway zoning. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Ken Bloom, playing manager. Okay, we got that up now. Yeah, part of the problem is that or the issue is that so much was allowed in the freeway district. So, excuse me, new standards for data centers, as you recall, were passed by the council on June 27th. At the time, we had excluded the freeway district because, in terms of allowing it by right, because there are a lot of office uses that are typical in the freeway district. However, data centers were previously interpreted as being similar to warehouse distribution, and warehouse distribution is a permitted use in the freeway district. So we were asked by a potential developer to look at that again and see if it made sense to change it to add freeway district. And we looked at it and we thought it was a fair point. And so we are recommending an amendment that's necessary to clarify that data centers are permitted in the freeway district. It's actually three little parts. One is to allow the FWY or freeway district as a principal use. The second portion of it will be to specify that data center standards will apply in the freeway district, so they'll add that in. And also the exception to ground-mounted equipment, screening of ground-mounted equipment would not be required from adjacent properties zoned the various ML districts and freeway, still provided that the equipment is at least 300 feet from a residentially zoned property. So basically, we're just adding the freeway district everywhere that we had the ML20 and the ML20A and so forth district. So with your consent, we'll take this to P&Z on September 3rd and back to you on September 12th.
So what's the repercussions? You know, we're starting to find out that we've got office and commercial warehouse in the same district, which means now we've got people tearing down offices because they can build commercial warehouses. If we put this in the freeway, does that mean the office buildings along through Las Colinas can be tore down and data centers built?
It's possible that some could, but they were also.
That's my concern is we start doing these things and we never look at the repercussions. The other repercussion we have that we're looking at, in order to run these data warehouses, you got to put in these huge pylons to bring the electricity in, which means, and the providers have the right of eminent domain, and they do not have to abide by any deed restrictions. So you could end up with, depending upon the size of the station, you could end up with these big pylons running right down 114 through the urban center. So I think we need to stop and think before we get ourselves too far out on these points. That's my only concern, because we're seeing it right now. We've got a potential that's going to happen over by the across from the Exxon facility on that 33 acres. By the time they're looking to condemn, because they can, potentially 13 of the 33 acres to put in, what am I trying to call it, Chris? Substations. I apologize. Substation. And in order to feed that substation, they've got to put these big old pylons in. Now, if we don't want to see those big old pylons, it's $20 million a mile to bury them. I don't know how much money, we just didn't have 5 million, so I'm sure we don't have 20 million to start burying these things. And I don't think the Las Colinas Association has 20 million to build these things. So I don't want to open ourselves up for having an area that we buried all the utilities in and then come out with these data warehouses that everybody wants to build, and they all want at least 50 acres in order to make them work. So, you know, and there's so much money that can be made in these things that they can go in where we've seen them try to tear down 2 or 3 office buildings just off of over there where we had the garage give way, and all of a sudden they're going to be building these big old, and we have no control over that. They have the power of eminent domain to build these things, however big they need. So while this sounds like the greatest thing since popcorn, you know, I think we really need to step back and look, and I'm not against data warehouses. I think we've got an opportunity to have a lot of great ones in the area, but I think we need to look at the repercussions of what that's going to be like. And when you live in the urban center and you're in $1.5 million home, and all of a sudden you got these big old towers coming through your backyard. Now, you know, it's always buyer beware, but I think we can think about what we're doing in this arena as well. So I'm a little nervous about just giving anything into another. I like this data warehouse thing to be something that's really tied down, and so that when we really look at it, we understand what the repercussions are, because the reason that one's even being looked at is because of the Neiman Marcus stuff. So now all of a sudden, you know, we got ourselves in a situation where, what do we do about these big old power lines? Plus, we lose 13 acres of the prime real estate for development. So, and again, I'm not against data warehouses. I hope we can get as many as we can do, but I think we need to really take a step back and see what is the repercussions of what we're agreeing to. Mark?
Yeah, I agree with that completely, and really with that power of eminent domain, it takes so much control away from what we can do. You look at the data center at Neiman Marcus, and part of the presentation for that was, well, there's that substation there on Riverside, south of Royal, and that's just what they need. Well, now they want to expand, and they need more than that, right? And so that means if they expand and that substation's not sizable enough for the power they need, then Oncor is going to put another power station wherever they want to, and they have that right. And so to give more freedom to the data centers just to put them wherever they want is not really in our best interest. And the data centers are good for the city, if they're in the right place. And so to the extent that we can communicate with Oncor and have substations built in areas of the city where data centers make sense, not on the Exxon property, not along 114, then we want to try to do that. But just to make it easier for them to put them in places that are going to adversely affect us later on, it's not the best way to go.
Hal? Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think, Philip, you and your staff may have reached out to the Washington, D.C. area there in Virginia. Ken, I think you did. Talk a little bit about what kind of feedback you get, their experiences, et cetera, out there. It's right there by Loudoun County, and it's by DFW, not DFW, but IAD.
Yeah. Their experiences were, there's a variety of things they talked about. One of them is that they were actually looking to change their standards again to allow for an increase of height so that they could basically the footprint ideally would be less for new data centers. They'd go up instead of out. The protests, because I specifically asked about neighbors and protests and so forth, and their issue was, if they're right next to it, was a little bit, was some noise, but mainly the issue over there is the power lines cutting through the treetops, because very forested, as you know, very forested in parts of that area. And so there's concern from a aesthetic standpoint, and then there was concern about the aesthetics of the building itself, which is something that we can't necessarily regulate the aesthetics of the building. We can regulate the screening and the screening materials, but we can't regulate the building materials and how it looks like. So those last two things, when I was speaking to the planner over there, he said really those are the two things that they're getting the most pushback on when there's something new coming in.
Did they also talk about that, it was good for tax purposes as well as less traffic of trucks? I mean, because that's what we feel here. I'm just wondering if you got that too.
Yeah, they love it from that standpoint. That's why the leaders are generally, they allowing it, and they basically have an overlay where they allowed in, they call it, data center alley, and they are trying to kind of focus the new development into that area as much as they can. The developers, the residents and the various environmental groups or whatever that are in the area, he said they basically will protest any new one that comes up because they don't like them, period. But in terms of the leadership, they like them. The issue is just making sure they're kind of, they're trying to keep them in that alley, if you will. In this particular case, in our case, I totally understand what you're saying, Mayor. One of the concerns is that the freeway district allows for warehouse distribution as it is today. And we had, prior to those standards being approved on June 27th, we had been guiding people in pre-development meetings stating that, yes, they could do this in freeway district at the time, because at the time there were no separate standards. We were, as you recall, treating it just like data centers. So there's some concern that it's, KO can talk about this more, some concern that if we don't allow it in freeway, that might be viewed as taking away a entitlement.
You know, I lived through that when we took over 40,000 apartments out of,
Yeah.
you know, we had to deal with potential litigation and everything else. But I think at some point, if we really are going to step back and see what this city's going to look like in 30 years, we may have to fade some heat. But I think that just turning this thing loose because we have, or because we have in the past, and I never really, I mean, I'll be real honest with you, until I really started to understand the fact that people could come in with eminent domain and they didn't have to abide by any of our deed restrictions or anything. And really the thought of Las Colinas, where there's been hundreds of millions of dollars spent to put duck banks in and things of that nature to protect the look of the city or that area. I mean, and I wholeheartedly agree that if we wanted to take an area of the city, for example, the 40 acres or 50 acres that the airport lands on, or something like that, or part of the land out at the, if that's what we decide we want at the Texas Stadium site instead of a future of mixed-use development, then that's another option. And we build an area for that where we know this is what it's going to take. But I think if we just open up our whole city for freeway zoning, of which we have 183, 114, Loop 12, 635, 161, I mean, we pretty much could get the whole city with whatever they want to put in it. And yes, we probably are going to be in a position where people will look at it as a taking, but it's just one of those things that, we have to make a decision if that's where we are or where we aren't. Brad?
Yeah, those are good points. That was kind of on my mind, is I don't view commercial as interchangeable with warehouse on a freeway district. And so I like the idea of keeping them separate, or maybe even separating them further to the extent we can, understanding there's legal implications I think we need to understand. But yeah, the idea that we're just going to warehouse in all the freeways because it's somehow multi-zoned is mind-boggling to me. Like, I think that would be terrible. And then, like you said, committing to, it was fully represented that the power was sufficient in that area. So if it's not, and there's got to be something else, I think we need to look back. Is there anything we can do about that case? Because we were relying on material, apparently misrepresentations. And to me, that's not acceptable if that's going to cause some huge domino to fall that takes something out of the tax rolls. Not good. So, but I agree, it's maybe a topic to look at further. There are definitely places for warehousing and data centers in the city and places for commercial, but I don't feel they're interchangeable just because they're on a freeway. That's my opinion.
Well, and I guess a lot of this stuff has just come to light in my eyes in the last, when we were talking about tearing down tearing down office and building warehousing. And then I find out that one of the people who's actually wanting to do that has already bought the Michaels office building out there on 114, and that's going to be tore down and a warehouse built there. So as long as they have that ability to do, we're going to start seeing them eating away at this stuff. So at some point, I know that this thing is the most convoluted system in the world of what we have here with our zoning, with our SB and our generalized things. And forever I've tried to figure out how to get my arms around it so that it didn't get away from me. And I really feel like what I've heard in the last 30 days has got me even more concerned about where the heck all this stuff is going. If they, and Chris and I have spoke about this, he's got staff looking at how many of the areas do we have where the zoning for the office really is part of also has warehouse zoning associated with it. How many of those parcels do we have? When I had the argument with the applicant who wanted to tear down the office building, I found out that one does not have this. So I said, there's really no reason for us to give up. If we actually have one that only has why would we tear that down and give them commercial or warehouse, excuse me. So anyway, we got to get to the bottom of that and a couple of these other things. So I'm just reluctant to throw anything in the pot until we have a better idea what we really already have in the pot, that we're setting ourselves up, because we don't know what the next thing. Data warehouse is the big deal now, and warehousing is the big deal now. So that maybe's got a 3 to 10 year life, but in the meantime, they can tear a lot of stuff down and create a lot of different look in our city, if that's the key. Sorry to get off all on it, but it's just all been at a head here where I've been trying to figure it out. Al?
Yeah, John Boyle, you're the pro of our group. You do a data center, do you also have to have AI capability?
For the record, I am John Block, not John Boyle. You did. So no, data centers do not have to host AI. Data centers aren't really my specialty, but data centers are going to require an enormous amount of power, whether they're doing AI or not. So, whether it's an AI data center or just a, cloud storage data center, it's going to require a lot of power.
They're not necessarily co-located unless it's for those specific reasons. AI, data, cloud versus.
It depends. I don't know.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
that's fine. I'm trying to understand it.
And again, I don't want anybody to come out of this thing saying, oh, the mayor's off on a tangent, he doesn't want data warehouses and he doesn't want warehouses. I just think that we need to understand what our exposure is in all these areas and what the repercussions of it are. That's all I'm getting to. Okay?
So Mayor, based on that, we'll hold this item. We will not bring it forward at this time.
Thank you.
All right.
Next,
Thank you very much.
ethics. We got all the good stuff today. Kale,
Hi, sir.
how are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. Mayor Council, earlier this year, you all, I know it's hard to hide.
Look at you smile.
I'm fine. Earlier this year, the then council took a look at the city's ethics code. Part of the amendments to the charter last year did require the council every 5 years to do an ethics review. So appreciate your patience in just kind of bringing it back. The presentation is the same presentation. The whole point of this really is there's one particular amendment that has been highlighted to me relating to lobbyists. And so I'll highlight that for you. There was a question raised by Councilman Lamorgis relating to campaign finance, and I'll answer that kind of generally. But for the benefit of our new council member, Councilman Canosa, I will go through the presentation just so that we complete the review, and really kind of the ask is if there are particular topics in addition to the lobbyist amendment, and you all will let me know because I've already drafted that one, then we can make quick order of that, and if there's some extended work that's needed on this, just to put this back in front of you. So again, the city charter has a provision that relates to the code of ethics. It does require the council to adopt a code of ethics. And it's very specific, that sets forth applicable standards of conduct for elected and appointed officials, appointees to city boards and commissions, the elements that are highlighted in the charter are that the Code of Ethics must address conflicts of interest, improper financial relationships or activities. There's also now a requirement to address lobbyists. That's very specific in the charter. This provision's been in the charter for quite some time. There was a significant update to the charter back in 2013, and as I mentioned earlier, in 2023, the voters amended it primarily to add the lobbyist element into it, that the ethics policy would always contain a provision relating to lobbyists and, more importantly, the 5-year review. And your current Code of Ethics was adopted by the Council on August 7th, 2014. So it's been about 10 years with your current ethics code. This is the overview of just what is contained in the ethics code, and probably the most significant piece is just that Article 1, which is really the ethics code of conduct. There's always been an ethics code of conduct. That is really aspirational. So Article 2, the ethics policy, and we'll kind of get into that, that is really what is enforced through this resolution. This is not an ordinance. I think it's important to say that. So there are no, like other ordinances, there's no criminal penalty for violation of this. There is a process in place that allows for someone to make a complaint. At this current, the way it's written today, that complaint is reviewed by the city secretary. Obviously, our office assists Shanae and her team in reviewing that. And she can speak more specific to it, but it's very rare for us to have actually received a ethics complaint through this process. And then there's an appendix on state laws and other policies. So again, the Ethics Code of Conduct, and these are general standards of conduct. And I think the other piece of it is, what does this really apply to? The current Ethics Code, it applies to every member, applicant, or candidate for the City Council, appointed board members, committee members, and commission members. And so those are all referred to in the policy as city officials. So after a long list, there is a provision, Section 102, that this does not apply to food, lodging, transportation, or entertainment as a guest. And that generally tracks state law. There is a specific exception to gifts to public servants that we refer to as the guest exception. Let's get into the ethics policy. And so in the policy, council will make all board and commission appointments consistent with the policy. Council will not appoint any person to a board or commission if such appointment would violate the policy, and remove any appointee whose service is found to be in conflict with the ethics policy. So that's kind of your, so to speak, your teeth, and you came back with an amendment to Chapter 38. So you now have the ability to remove a board member, any city board commission member, whose service is found in conflict with Article 1 of your ethics code. So that's that policy. I should just point out here, everyone who serves on a board and commission serves at your pleasure. So you do have the ability for no reason to remove them, but again, some teeth were added to our Chapter 38, which deals with boards and commissions. The next section deals with...
Yes,
sir.
but wouldn't you say, I totally agree with you on that point. We added it, but Article 1 is a very subjective gray area on a lot of those topics.
That's correct. It is ideals for how people should operate and perform, and some of them would be obvious, of being honest and recognizing that, particularly for your appointees, that they're public officials, and being mindful of how they treat others that appear before them and treat staff and the like. So since you all had a couple of those challenges with particular appointees, I think this allowed for just kind of highlighting that that is the ideal you expect, and although you can remove someone for really any reason or no reason. You really wanted to highlight that if there is not an adherence to that, you have the ability to do it. But as you point out, it is subjective. Oftentimes that is just hopefully just a talking point for coaching for better behavior. Like, this is how we expect people to conduct themselves, particularly when they represent the city in different roles.
Because Article 1 is, you could call it a discretionary removal. The policy is Article 2, really, which is seems to be a mandatory removal, but I think anybody would be hard-pressed to violate Article 2 as a board member.
Yeah, I would agree with that, although we've had some folks that, we've had some questions about if you are on a board, being mindful of, particularly when matters, if the council has appellate jurisdiction, just being mindful of, if you appear before the council, really clarify why you are there, because that occurred in one instance, and I had to highlight it for someone. It did not result in complaints. It was more of just a coaching of just, hey, it allowed me to ask some questions because I did receive a couple of complaints about that, and then just a follow-up to clarify and just make sure that when particularly your appointed folks are then appearing before you on a matter that they've already heard, they've already had their opportunity to weigh in, and just being mindful. We always try to be respectful, because sometimes there are instances where, I'll just use zoning as an example. You could have someone on your zoning and planning board that has to recuse themselves because of a development or something near them. They still do enjoy the First Amendment right, but they usually notify us, and then we tell them that when they come forward to speak, please don't mention that you're a planning and zoning commission. Just really say, I'm here as a private citizen, this is where I reside, and this is my position. So that is very rare. I think it has happened a couple of times, and sometimes it does happen with spouses. And so those are the questions that we've received and we have kind of worked through. Thank you for those questions. Just on the lobbyist, there is a requirement for registration and just appearances, and you can see there are two components to that. So the registration is required for a person or entity who engages in lobbying activities for compensation for pay in excess of either they get more than $500 on a single engagement, or they're getting over $2,000 for all their engagements in a given calendar year. Or the person or the entity spends money for lobbying activities in excess of $1,000 in a calendar year. There is a requirement that a lobbyist disclose that before the council or a city board and commission, and or on sign-in sheets. And this is one item, and several of you all raised this issue. There is an exception for engineers, architects, or other persons or firms who represent a property owner in a planning or zoning matter and signs a city application relating to the matter. They are not required to then do a separate lobbyist registration. We've had that in place since the beginning, but I know that there were several of you that asked for consideration of removing that. So that would be one item. If there is an interest to remove the exception, if there's still that interest to do it, and if there is some consensus for that amendment.
Yeah, Kale?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mayor?
Yep.
I'd like to speak on this one because I do feel that there should not be an exception. And I put that out there, and I think some of you may want to talk to it one way or another, but because I think it's important that it should be a level playing field. So you are being paid to be representing somebody that's coming before a legislative body, no matter what level, and we are, then I feel that you need to register. The big question I have, and so I'm really putting forward for us to consider knocking out the exception across the board. The second is, one of the things that we've discussed in the past is a penalty. How do we deal with this if a person violates? Okay, it's one thing that we can remove them from a board or commission or something of that sort, but what happens if, and I'm not really sure I want to go any farther with this, I just think we ought to look at that and decide Do we want to deal with that? And if we do, how do we deal with it? And there's enough out there in our ethics booklet that we get from the state when we run. So that should be pretty clear what we could add in there. So those are my inputs on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I can quickly just answer the question on penalty. Just again, this is a council resolution. It is not an ordinance. Some cities do have this as an ordinance, but then what you're looking at is a Class C misdemeanor. That citation is then in your municipal court. I was here at the time. I did not directly work on this until the very end. There were some revisions and worked with council and the then city attorney. But I think the thought at the time, the consensus was that we're not doing an ordinance and it would just be a complaint. And again, what's been in place is really the honor code that folks, and we have received those inquiries in our office, primarily on very large deals, where we've had folks that understand we have this in place and they comply because they just want to be transparent. I'm getting paid to do this and I'm representing this individual.
Well, I'll comment on the next page too, and when I get time, but this page, the exception was not initially in there. And it was added because they argued, hey, we're signing up for a P&Z case, so it's obvious we're advocating for a cause or whatever. And that was kind of a narrow split on allowing that exception. I don't know if it's clear enough for me. One comment I would have, because I always felt this way and I still feel this way, anyone who's speaking or who's being compensated, even at like a public, just general comment session, I would like to know if they're being paid, just period. And again, you're right, there's not much of a teeth to this, but I really do think that they should have to disclose if they're being paid, just period. If somebody's coming before us and saying, what about this light, or what about this road, or whatever, I'd like to know if they're being paid. So I don't know if this will cover that, but that would be my one comment. I have no issue eliminating the exception. I just say that the argument last time was, hey, it's a zoning case. We're an applicant, so we feel like we are registering or whatever. That was the argument at least. I think it's a gray area there because if they don't sign the application, then it's not, technically that's not applying. So I don't know. So that, I would be comfortable eliminating it too if that's what everybody wants to do, because I think it's, if, this is what we discussed before, if it's a simple form that's just easy to fill out, that somebody wouldn't have to have a burden, because we don't want to necessarily burden someone. But I think we do have a simple form to fill out when people do this. So, I mean, that one was, yeah, it was a subject of great discussion and contention, and that's what it came out to at the end of the day.
Abdul. Thank you very much, Mayor. Keo, I have a comment and a question.
Yes, sir.
In this ethics policy, how do we define lobbyist?
Sure. Give me just a moment. It is a very long definition. I will give you the short one. It's a person who engages in lobbying, and there are 12 items under lobbying, whether directly or through the acts of another. If an agent or employee engages in lobbying for a principal or employer, both the agent and the principal, or the employee and the employer, are lobbyists. And so the items on the list, there's a long list of what is not considered communication, but it is any oral or written communication, including an electronic communication to a city official, made directly or indirectly by any person in an effort to influence or persuade an official to favor or oppose, recommend or not recommend, and this is on page 8 in your packet. You should have the policy right behind it. So recommend or not recommend, vote for or against, or take or refrain from taking any action on any municipal question. So, and I know there were a lot of definitions that the committee looked at and the council looked at the time. So I hope that's helpful, but there's a long list. So if you're merely asking for information or inquiring about the facts or status of any municipal question or matter or procedure, I mean, that's not lobbying. If it's made by a public official or employee acting in your official capacity, that's not lobbying. If it's made by a representative of a media organization, and if it's just to gather and disseminate news and information, it's not lobbying. If it's made in a speech or an article publication that is distributed and made available to the public or through different media like radio, TV, cable, etc., that is not lobbying. If it's made at a meeting open to the public, that is not lobbying. So again, it kind of delineates this whole list, and I'm sure there was a lot of discussion regarding what do we really want this to cover, what do we not want it to cover. The folks that have really signed up are generally individuals on very large-scale projects. Entertainment venue is one where we did have, there was a lawyer lobbyist that did sign up. So that's really where we find that folks are being compensated to advocate and talk to you all about either garnering support, typically for an item, the passage of an item.
Okay. Most of the time when people come to speak is mostly in the zoning cases.
Sure.
That is what, the interaction with the city council and the public is mostly whenever they need something for a permit or for a variance or for something like that, right? So if we take out the exception, we are considering these engineer or an architect who has designed the home, or a person who is familiar with how the zoning cases work. We are considering those engineers or persons of knowledge and architects to the same category as lobbyists?
Correct. Well, if they, it's one thing to be paid to prepare the item. It will be a different thing if part of their engagement also is to reach out to you to convince you to vote for the item. So I think there can be a distinction there, but I hear your point.
Okay. So I understand the lobbyist who comes for advocating the entertainment center, which is hundreds of millions of dollars, investments or this and that. But these zoning cases, the people who come in front of us asking for your permission, and most of them are not familiar with how the system work, right? I mean, the approval process work. So if somebody who is helping them out in putting a architectural plan or a plumbing sketch before they get permit, I think that they shouldn't be considered as lobbyists. I think there should be some, in my view, some kind of exception which helps the public to get things done. Otherwise, they will end up in paying a lot of money to these people who knows how to get things done, right? The other day, we have experience that somebody draw a sketch and ask a contractor to do certain things, which is not in compliance with the city code, and they end up in getting a violation. If they would have asked somebody who knows the city code And if he is not registered, then he cannot give the advice or bring the case in front of us, right?
Well, the way it's written, they'd be able to do that. It's just if they were also paid then to do advocacy, particularly outside of a public meeting, then they would be required to register, but there's no consequence for them, and they could still do it because essentially somebody would have to file an affirmative complaint about them doing that. So it doesn't inhibit it, but I hear your policy point of, and that's really what's before the council is, do you want to exempt out those groups because they already appear before you? And you've heard some of the rationale for that. Or on the other hand of the issue, it's should we treat everybody the same and everyone that's, if they're getting paid dollars to outside of a public meeting to be reaching out to you and advocating for or against that, that is documented somewhere. They are supposed to disclose it. I mean, when they come to public meetings and they're on an item, they are to disclose that, and they often do. I'm here representing so-and-so, but if they're not doing a registration, you don't have a sense of, do they meet those thresholds?
Well, I don't see these two is the same, so we have to treat it different way.
Sure, I understand.
That's my thought. Thank you.
Mark. Yeah, I agree with what Abdul is saying. We've seen some engineers, architects actually advocate for a case, and that's lobbying. Is there a definition for lobbying activity in the ordinance as well? Kaya?
Yeah, give me one moment. No, it's lobbyist, and then of course, because it uses the word lobbying, then it's that definition that I mentioned to you, and then with all of those particular carve-outs. So again, if it's made at a meeting open to the public, so let's just use the architect. If they prepare the plans and they come to you in a public meeting and they're advocating, it's not lobbying. Now, if outside of the public meeting, they are reaching out to you and then advocating for their client, then it moves into the category of being lobbying because it's not done in the public sphere. That's just one example. Right, because on page 9, when you see kind of the carve-outs to what is not lobbying, so if the person they're doing this activity, but it's made at a meeting that's open to the public, they're not a lobbyist, or if that's all they're doing. So the architect that designs the plan that just comes to the public P&Z meeting and comes to the council, they wouldn't qualify as a lobbyist. It's when that, the tipping point would be outside of public meetings, or is there specific reach out to you all to advocate, for a particular matter.
Okay, I don't know if that makes sense to have that as an exception either.
Yeah. I think there was lots, like I said, there was lots of discussion on this, and so I think on the question of lobbyist, you can also go down to what is the true definition of a lobbyist. I will say the way this was constructed, a lot of it was negotiated.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
I don't think it makes sense to say that you're accepted if you're doing it at the public meeting. It's the nature of the activity that matters.
Sure.
But if you're an architect or an engineer and you're just there to answer technical questions about what you've prepared and you're not really advocating for the case, I don't think that's lobbying, which I think is what Abdul, the point he was trying to make.
Yeah, that makes sense.
John, you found yours.
My question was already answered.
Dennis?
Yeah, KO, so in this section, have we ever brought anybody
No, sir.
and penalized them for this, or have we had people violated that we know of?
We have had kind of, there have been concerns that people have done it, but I'm not aware of a formal complaint relating to this issue. Like I mentioned earlier, I really feel like the way this has been put together, it really is more of a honor code. If I meet this definition, I will file the registration, it'll be on file, and that's really where we have left it, because there's not a responsibility on the city secretary or anyone else for that matter to be investigating. folks that come before them. And again, it's a resolution, it's not an ordinance, so there's no criminal penalty. And ultimately, what happens to that complaint, if it proves to be accurate, it just comes to you all, and then you have a discussion about it. It's difficult when it's not, like your board members and your commission members, you have the appointment authority and removal authority. When it is not someone like that, you're making a public statement. But you're correct, we have not had any formal complaints on this.
So when a person registers, they just register one time and that's it, or do they have to register every year?
It's an annual registration.
Okay.
And what they would do is, if I was a lobbyist and I'm representing 5 entities, it's 5 registrations. However, if I'm just representing, just say Corporation X, and say there are multiple engagements, it's just 1 registration. So there was some thought of trying to keep that simple.
Well, of course, I was here when we did this, and I know why we did it. And it was aimed at one person, quite frankly. So my question is, we can talk about exceptions, and we can talk about that, but will we ever do anything with this? And I'll tell you the answer is no. And so to me, I don't even see why we even got that section in there. Does other cities require this?
There are some cities that have lobbyist requirements, but as I mentioned, some of those are in ordinance format, and they are probably structured different than this document.
Yeah.
Because remember, I think before, you had kind of that policy piece, like this is how we should behave, and then it was the stack on of all of these issues, from campaign contributions, which is the next topic, lobbyist, some disclosures on discretionary contracts. So those were kind of stacked back in 2014.
Al?
Yeah, let me see if I can. First of all, this is not to punish anybody. It's about transparency, and those of us that are sitting there to have to make a decision know that that person's there representing, period. It's registration, okay? Yes, you hire an architect and you hire an engineer. That's straightforward. The elimination takes all of that away. It doesn't prevent them from doing their job or making money. A lobbyist is a person that basically is getting paid to put forward and hopefully influence a legislation, and in the case, a zoning case or whatever, period. That doesn't mean that's wrong. I don't have a problem with a person getting paid. I got paid a lot of money as ARCO's chief lobbyist in D.C., but I had to register every quarter. If I paid for more than a $25 lunch, I had to register it. That's a different lobbyist, but I'm representing. And that was for a corporation, not for anything else. So at the end of the day, this is not to be a pejorative. If we eliminate it and we have a registration every time a person is representing for the purpose to convince us to do something as far as in our legislative or our zoning. Really simple. So I want people to, if they're going to do that as a business, and that's okay, and make money at it, I'm okay with it, but you got to tell us. Period. And that goes to everybody that works in the city, that it is a transparency of what is happening when a person's getting paid to come before us. And if you take out the exemptions, there's no change, just register. And if you're getting paid $1,000 or $500, whatever it is, state it. Nothing wrong with that. People get paid a lot of money to do that, and they're doing it in Austin every day, against us too. Anyway, I wanted to be clear so that you don't feel that why this is, no, it's not to beat up on anybody or take away anybody's, livelihood. Thank you.
Cale, let's get through the rest of the.
Sure. We can come back to that one. Yep. All political campaigns, and I know there was just kind of a question about this one before, namely, hey, are these base limits, are they enforceable? And they are generally enforceable. There was a court case, and I could go in that in a different venue, but these are pretty significant. There are some cities with much lower amounts, and there can
Big
be
numbers.
issues if the amounts are much lower and they don't take into account like inflation and other things. So again, there are several provisions here. One provision that deals with just influencing subordinates, which makes sense, namely that a city official shall not directly or indirectly induce or attempt to induce any city subordinate to participate in an election campaign, contribute to a candidate or political committee, or engage in any other political activity relating to a particular party candidate or issue. A city official shall not prevent any city subordinate from engaging in any lawful political activity while off duty, and a general statement merely encouraging another person to vote does not violate this rule. But just I mentioned that was placed in there. The campaign contribution limits, you see that for a single member and mayor and at-large positions. It applies to each election. So if you have an election and then a runoff, an individual could give you that amount for each. And it doesn't apply to contributions that a candidate would make on their own campaign or their spouse or any person related by blood or marriage. Some of y'all will recall when we do the conflicts of interest, that is that first degree. This is anybody that is related by blood or marriage can contribute, and they are not subject to those limits.
You could just give everybody that wants to run for office $20,000 for a single member district and $30,000 for the mayor, and then they can't raise any more than that, and costs us $100,000 a year, and we control it.
I'll take it. That's right. I'll take it.
And you can't spend anything from anywhere else. Next page.
Okay, no comments on this. All right. Okay. These are some other items just on discretionary contracts. I know that was an issue, but if an individual or an entity seeks a discretionary contract, and that is defined in the policy as it's essentially a contract over $100,000 that wasn't bid out, they're required to submit a disclosure form, and y'all see those forms in your council packet. And then there are rules that deal with representation of private interest. These are the ones I mentioned before, just about representing before the city, representation before the city by a member of a city board. So a city official who is a member of a board or other city body shall not represent any person, group, or entity before that board or body, before city staff having responsibility for making recommendations to, taking any action on behalf of that board or body, or, and I used the example earlier of if the council is an appellate body or if there's some type of appellate body not doing that as well. There's also rules relating to representation for compensation. City officials shall not represent for compensation any person, group, or entity other than himself or herself or a member of their immediate family before the city. But that rule does not apply to a person who is classified as a city official only because they are an appointed member. So it really just applies to y'all. Here's the enforcement process. Again, filing a complaint of a violation of Article 2. The complaint is reviewed by the city secretary, and then council may request a hearing. That's it.
Brad? Yeah, on the, going back to the contributions, so when we did that, I think we kind of put them what we thought were high because there was a lot of cases in the pipeline and concerns, I think even later that year, about the constitutionality of contribution limits. So do you have any
Yeah,
12-year update on that?
Yeah, I
or-
think the general update on that is that what you see here, these base limits, they're generally enforceable. Austin had a pretty complicated scheme where they were restricting like non-residents, and some of that stuff got struck down, and then just kind of looking at it, and I can do a more thorough briefing in executive session if that's needed. But these base limits, because of their amount, they're generally enforceable. There were some cities with really low amounts and had stayed at those low amounts for a long period of time, and those tended to be invalidated.
And I mean, we put that in place a while ago, and so.
Yep. It's worthy to take a
If we want to
look
do
at.
anything with it, we could raise it a little bit for each. As we know, inflation has gotten worse, so, that's something we could consider. The prohibited contributions, I understand that last one, because this was tricky to tell, is like, the candidate doesn't always know somebody seeking a contract. And for certain, I know there were people who had tried to give contributions that were like, no, because I know they're going to be doing business. But that's really a prohibition against the other person, not
That's right.
necessarily the candidate.
Right, because they know if I'm a vendor and I'm coming to have the city enter into a contract with me, I know that, and so I shouldn't be, while the contract is pending or active or under consideration by council, be contributing to your campaign.
And then just my general comment on lobbying is, you're right, it was kind of a very messy negotiated, but I would rather know at a public meeting if someone's speaking. Now, I guess we could just assume they're being paid, but, for them to sign whatever it is, if it's a zoning application. But the interesting thing outside of it is, we may well have had some violations and just nobody ever knew it, because frequently people will call you and say, hey, what do you think about an apartment building here? Or what do you think about this? I guarantee you they're not registered, and they wouldn't think to register. Like, that wouldn't, and I to sound us out, I wouldn't necessarily have an issue with somebody calling me and asking me about something without getting in trouble. I would really want to know more out there in a formal case, like once a case has been established, because if they're just asking us questions and then just, they haven't even applied yet because they don't want to spend a lot of money or figure something out without figuring out, is this the worst thing in the world? Like, I wouldn't want somebody to unwarily fall into the trap of, oh, they were a lobbyist, gotcha, that kind of thing. Once it gets far enough out here is where I'd like to know, is anyone paid? And if they've already signed an application or something, that'd probably be good enough for me, because you're kind of aware anyway on that kind of a case. But anyway, that's just my thought about that, is it probably doesn't accomplish exactly what we were hoping for anyway. And then on these contributions limits, it's been some time, things have gotten more expensive, so I didn't absorb what you're proposing, Mayor, so, but, on the limits, I think we could go up a little bit if we wanted to, but we did set them, I think, kind of high to feel like we weren't gonna run afoul of something. And at the end of the day, as Dennis has pointed out, the mechanism is you file a complaint. If the city secretary determines it's a violation of Section 2, then she'll refer it to us, and then we get to talk about it. So if there is something more serious, we would need an ordinance, which we didn't do, and I don't think we had the support to do back in those days anyway, so. And then Section 1 was kind of a redraft of something the council's always had, which is aspirational. And we certainly didn't want to make that subject to bringing up charges. There was a very big angst about that that this policy was going to be used to mete out political vengeance on each other. And it hasn't worked out that way, fortunately. And I think in the early days, Shanae would get some complaints like they didn't return my phone call, I'm making an ethics complaint or whatever. And that's not a violation of Article 2, which is what we're looking at. And so, you know, I think you're right. It's in many ways an honor code, and it's just something we know the parameters. And if somebody's not going to follow it, they're not going to. I think most everybody tries to.
Al?
Yeah, let me ask a question if I can, Kale.
Yes, sir.
When I look at single-member places at 10,000, now I assume that that's a one-time contribution from an individual, and that person can only give it that one time per that election, as opposed to also the runoff, they can do a second 10,000. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The second part of that is, what's the difference between single-member district and mayor and at-large at 25? That automatically denigrates the single-member districts. Now, I have no problem if we want to take the mayor out and do it separate. That's a different sense of who that individual is. So I'm saying that, and I don't know why we did 10 and 25. At the end of the day, you know, do one number and that's it. The mayor might be separate. The other thing that's interesting is that I actually like when a person calls me and asks me, and I know who that person is. If that person is an owner, or if that person is just knows somebody, we're going to know that. I don't consider that lobbying. That's informing or asking or dialoguing. The minute that they start to say, we want you to vote, or it's coming before us, that's lobbying, whether they're getting paid or not. And so at the end of this whole discussion is, I am not in favor of us having any kind of a draconian penalty. Okay? We're not at that level. At the national level, the DC, that's a different animal. That's not where we are. And I really don't think we need to go down that path. But, you know, I don't even know if we want to even take up a penalty as to if somebody does something or, you know, I don't know what that really looks like at this point, and I'm not even sure we need to take it up. But I do think that we need to just try to make it as simple and straightforward, but transparent. And at the end of the day, I'm very clear about it. I want people, if they're in that type of effort and getting paid, but they're there to influence a piece of legislation or a zone, they need to be transparent. They need to register. That's all they got to do. Now, is there a fee when they register? I don't know. Do we have that?
There's no fee.
What's that?
No fee.
No fee. Well, you know,
You
I'm
just file
okay
the
with
form.
that too.
Right.
So, but again, it all goes to transparency, and at the end of the day, if an individual wants to get paid, fine, disclose it. It's that simple. So, no exemptions. Anybody that wants to approach us, approaches. But if you're gonna be trying to convince us for whatever it might be to affect whatever our vote is, that's a lobbyist.
Okay. John.
John Boyle. All right. I'll just, real quick, just say I'm also in support of removing the exceptions when it comes to the public meetings. You know, I think that's not excessive and or onerous. So I'm all for that. I had a question about the contribution limits. What that covers, is that, obviously it's monetary contributions. Is it also in kind? And if so, is it cumulative of monetary and in kind or separate?
One moment.
We used to have a cumulative,
The,
but I
the
don't.
Ethics Commission regulates those pretty tightly. Ours was intended, because I was there when Brad and Gerald and everybody worked on it. Ours was intended to not go over an excessive amount for one person, and
All right.
that was it.
Yeah, there is a definition for campaign contribution. It is the same meaning that is in the Texas Election Code.
Okay.
So it is money, goods, services, loans, or any other thing of value. Just wanted to make sure. And so it is cumulative. So I can give you 5,000. I can give you another 5,000 in your general municipal election. I can give you another 5,000, two $2,500 checks for the runoff, and we're good. So just to kind of aid this along, I mean, it seems like there are a couple of issues. One relating to the lobbyist regarding removal of the exception. And secondarily, just maybe looking at that definition. Does it need some cleanup? Because it seems like there at least was some good discussion about really what you're trying to get at is if folks are being paid to advocate, and do you want to keep those dollar amounts, or is it just anyone that's getting paid any amount, they just need to fill out the form across the board, and there is no penalty per se, although someone can raise a complaint and go through that process. And then the second issue probably is just these campaign contribution limits. They were set 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And do they work the way it's structured with single member? I think some of the thought, Councilman Zapanta, on the at-large race is just the expense of running an at-large race versus running a district race, that they kind of likened it to a mayoral race. But, you know, I think that was the thinking at the time. But yes, some cities just do this is the amount for all council members, whether you're single member or at large, and then there's a separate amount for the mayor. So.
I remember back when we were doing this, we used to always limit it, actually, we did it, limited it to 5,000 because it was perceived that if you had that much coming from one individual, you owed them something. Or one group. If you had, for example, back in the days when the firefighters used to do stuff, if it got over so much in kind, then we quit because it was just perceived that you had one group that was controlling and then if somebody's giving you in a race where you're going to spend 50,000 and one person gives you 50% of your dough, it gets kind of, then that gets the rumor mill going, and it just makes everybody that much harder to get along. Plus, those, at some point, believe me, I've been in those situations, those individuals that they do ask your ear every now and then when they have something that comes before us. Dennis?
Yeah, so I didn't realize that in-kind contributions was part of that total. And if that's the case, then that total is way too low.
Well, to be fair, that is individual contributors. So in-kind contributions, that's not 25,000 for all in-kind contributions from everybody and monetary. It's, Joe Schmo gives you $25,000 of in-kind contributions. He can't give you cash. Someone else can. Someone else can also give you in-kind.
Okay, so that's what it is?
Yeah.
From the same, so let's say.
From the same entity.
Let's say a guy gives me a check for 10 grand, and then he gives me, the most he can do is 25 in kind. Now, the next guy can do another 25 in kind, or another 10 in kind, or another 5 in kind. But per individual or per group, it's capped at 25, both monetary and, is or the way we used to look at it. We were a lot lower numbers than this back then, so.
And the reason I bring that up is because, and I'll just take the firefighters pack, okay, when they knock on doors, if they got 20 people knocking on doors, they got to take the value of each one of those individuals by hours and put a dollar value with that.
Yeah.
You could exceed $10,000 in a single member district.
If I can clarify, the way it's written is from an individual or a political committee.
Right.
So I mean, Councilman Block is correct. If we're just talking about individuals, it's not accumulated, it's each individual.
Right.
But you do have to be mindful of political, committees. Yeah.
And that always brings up the case that, and if you take that much from one group, should you abstain if they have anything before us as a meeting? Because for my case, when I paid my black workers, I think we spent 40 grand separately with different groups.
To be fair to everybody, this originated from an isolated incident when Billy Bob gave $1 million donation to somebody who shall remain unnamed. But that is why we have this ethics policy. So, I mean, they tried to be very fair. So if those of you who don't have the background on it, that is why this originated.
Well, and I think that's a good point, Dennis, because in kind, you don't always know. They're going to give you the number at the end of the day. People who are interested in helping you, and you may not even know. It's like, well, wait a minute, I can't accept that. It's like too late. We already did it. So one thing we might look at is if we could adjust or eliminate the in kind, because we do know what direct contributions look like. And if you get a check, it's like, okay, hang on a second. So, again, it's not supposed to be a gotcha, and it was designed for someone not contributing $1 million to a campaign or thereabouts. And so I think there could be some good adjustments based on what we've learned. And again, it's not supposed to be a gotcha. It's, okay, here's a check, I can look at it and say yes or no. Versus, oh, well, I did this work for you. Somebody could even do it just to try to get you in trouble and said, hey, I've done this contribution to you. And then are you going to dispute, well, I don't think it provided that value, or something like that. So again, it's really was designed in my mind for the willful acceptance of like money or, something that you're accepting. And if someone else is doing it, that's out of your control. And then you report it like you're required to, but. Mark?
Well, there's still the question of influence, right? I mean, the limits are there to prevent that. So, and then there can be benefits from in-kind services too. But on the lobbying thing, I wanted to, if we're really trying to get people to identify their relationship to an applicant in a case, can we do that just on the form when they go to sign in? What is your relationship to the applicant, and are you being compensated? And then if they're being compensated anything, can we just make them do that? Can we make them disclose that? Is that what we're after? So we don't have, it seems like
Either that
much
or-
simpler.
Kale, can we just ask them? Can we just?
Sure. I mean,
At
and
the bottom
there's
of our sign-in form,
Yeah,
when
and-
they sign in, it says, "Are you a lobbyist?"
Yeah, because you already have that, Councilman Cronin. Each person who lobbies or engages another person to lobby shall also declare or disclose on appropriate sign-in sheets. So they're supposed to be doing
They
that.
have it, but nobody but Misty on the, would sign in because all the exceptions precluded them from having to do it. Now, if you say, "Are you a lobbyist?" it just says, "Are you a lobbyist?" It doesn't say, "How much are you making?"
Well, it might be better just to
Well,
say
and
what
the
the
policy doesn't
relationship.
ask us to ask that.
Yeah, they're supposed to provide their identity, the identity of their client that they represent, and whether or not they are registered as a lobbyist. Right. That's there's a sign-in, yeah.
And that's where most recently we saw some craziness on Facebook about how much the city was spending on lobbyists, because what they basically did is they took, like everybody at Focus Advocacy, and they have to register what their income is. And so they take, if they got 7 members and they each make $300,000 a year, I'm just making numbers up, and they said, well, we're paying that whole salary for them, and they had lobbyists on there. So I think that there's a whole nother completely different piece of this than we're talking about. But my question is, if we're really concerned about it, when somebody steps up to represent somebody, we can just say, are you being paid to represent these individuals? If we can say that, we just ask it. Or is that not a good thing? Can we legally do that?
That makes a lot of sense. We just want to know why they're there and if they're being paid.
I mean, is there any problem with us asking that, Kale?
No.
I mean, I'm just trying to legally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that there's a concern like that off the top of my head that it's illegal to do that. I think just most cities, that's why they have them registered, so they're there, or that if it's not the property owner, generally there's a presumption they are getting paid because they are doing that work.
Or, sometimes to Abdul's point, it's the neighbors are coming in to try to help somebody because they don't quite understand the process. They're not getting paid, they're just there to help them.
Sure.
So I guess that's the other thing we can do. We can just start asking everybody, when they speak, we can say, give us your name, your address, and whether you're being paid.
Yeah.
What's your relationship? Are you?
What's
your relationship? Are you the engineer? Are you the architect? Are you a consultant? Which really means lobbyist, right? Right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you can advocate, you don't have to be a lobbyist and not get paid, so that's okay.
Dennis and then, John and then.
Actually, John was first.
John, Dennis.
So just on the campaign contributions limits, if it's possible to separate out monetary versus in kind with our definition, I would be fine with those limits for both single and at large. In monetary, I agree with with Dennis and some of what else has been said about the in kind contributions. Those can get very large very fast, and you don't even know about it until after it's been done. And the purpose of this is transparency in government, and someone that wants to get around this can easily just form extra PACs and just shuffle their money around because they don't have to, they don't have to answer to the city for we just gave a donation to a different PAC. They just file that with the Texas Ethics Commission and they're done. And then, now you've got 10 PACs giving $10,000 to a single member district, but it's ethical. But I don't think that serves transparency. I think it's much more transparent and shocking if you have to put it all in one. So that's kind of where I land on that one. If we can't apply that number only to monetary contributions, I would then want to look at raising those numbers for both single member and at large.
Dennis.
Well, in my simple mind, it doesn't matter to me whether a person is getting paid or whether they're not. My decision is going to be based on the case. And so I don't care if a person is lobbying. I don't care if a person is getting paid. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't affect me at all because I'm going to look at the merits of the case and I'm going to base my decision on the case. So that's my say about this lobbying business. I mean, what difference does it make? What are we accomplishing by having somebody tell you I'm getting paid to represent this person? We know these people getting paid.
Well, on that point, it's like we were talking about this one case, if neighbors are being paid to say, oh, I love these people, they're the best neighbors ever, and I'd love to have all these, them to get approved.
So
when they're being paid for that, I think that should be disclosed.
So when somebody come down to testify that they're in support of this, you're going to ask that, did they pay you to come down here and say that? You're going to ask them that question?
Well, I think it's just better to have that being disclosed automatically on the front end, because you might think that everybody's walking in, they're great actors, they're all sincere.
Do you think somebody's going to tell you that they're getting paid by their neighbor?
If they want to lie, they're going to lie. I mean, I don't know how you can control that necessarily. But.
Abdul, bring it home.
Kale, on this campaign contributions, I'm not that much about the number, but is the in-kind and the cash donations, and both of these are covered in these limits?
It is, because it tracks the language that is in the election code relating to campaign contributions. So in the election code, all of that is under the umbrella of campaign contributions, so they use the same language and put it in the ethics code.
So if somebody put a time for door knocking or this and that,
Sure.
how are we going to register that to see what is its value? You just do the guesswork, or how do you come up with the amount to report?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think the mayor gave the example in his campaign where he actually paid for that, so there was a monetary value associated with it. Obviously, when you have volunteers, that's a different
I
different
agree
question.
when you pay for those services.
It's a great
that
question.
we know how much we paid.
Sure.
But if somebody doing it voluntarily without any compensation, that is in kind to me, right?
That's correct.
So how do we account for that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't know that I have the answer to that question. I mean, we can look and see if, yeah, I mean, I would probably, the source I would look at is probably Texas Ethics Commission, because they are the ones that give the guidance for campaigns to see if there is any guidance there, if this is reported to you. I mean, it's difficult for you as a candidate if it's never reported to you. Generally, people are working in conjunction with you and they are notifying you. And so, they kind of provide that, but I can look into that.
The reason I'm asking is because this is not congressional or Senate races where people raise money and do the campaigns, right? This is municipal election. It's nonpartisan. People generally don't get paid for this
Bruce puts up
work.
signs.
And it is very difficult to raise money as well. So mostly the volunteers, the work of campaign in the municipal elections is based on voluntary basis, right? So that's why I was asking that. We have used a lot of volunteers in our campaigns, and most of us does, and which doesn't been compensated. So how do we value it? If we have to value it and put it in there, this number is less.
I imagine it is generally not valued and potentially not reported. But without going and looking, we can check and see if there's some guidance that's provided on that.
All right, thank you.
But typically, it's if somebody's paying for block walkers or those kinds of things that are monetary, that's really what is getting reported. And I think that the thought at the time, as Shanae pointed out, we had a highly contested election and on a significant project. And there were significant contributions. So I think the monetary piece has probably been the biggest piece of attention. I think when certainly can ask, but the campaign contribution, I think they just wanted it to be consistent, right? If this is a campaign contribution under state law, it's a campaign contribution with respect to a local election, just to keep that. So if you're reporting it for state purposes, the council just came back and said, hey, we have limits on that if you're indeed required to report that. And I think we've had, Shanae may remember, but I remember there was one candidate that there were some reporting issues, not with us, but with the state of Texas, associated with some in-kind contributions. Yeah. So those do come up, and I can certainly check and provide that to you.
Well, and those don't come to me specifically, that I'm aware of them a little bit, but those are between the complainant and the state of Texas and the participating political candidate.
So I think we've got two issues. Why don't we highlight those and bring them back? In the meantime, let's give it some thought on the lobbying and on the amounts. What I'd like to do is finish by 6 so that we get some time. We didn't get any time at lunch today because we ate through it. I think that'll get us through this. The next one, I don't want to cut you short on anything on that as well, but I would like to just talk about what I've asked to look at as far as the procedure at the council meeting, going from 20 minutes to 10 minutes and how we go through that. If we could just touch that and then we could come back to this. But I want to, if everybody's got somewhat the same concurrence, I'd like to start implementing that sooner than later as far as that policy.
Good. Well, Mayor, we can plan on the ethics, recognizing we've got less than 15 minutes. We'll plan to place that on your next agenda.
Please.
I know several folks have been taking notes, so we will take a look at that. I mean, it seems to me there are a couple of issues, and we'll try to think of a way that we can kind of bring maybe some suggestions to you and then kind of focus so that you can also, that's why I gave you the copy of the ethics policy, just so you could read it. And so the whole point of this was, you've done a review. I've had one standing request, but just want y'all to make sure you've had a time to look at it, and we'll take as much time as y'all need.
And I think it's been well worth the time, Kale, because there's been some questions, and I do think that the campaign financing, I've made light of it, but really you do need to look at what the dollars are there. Sure. I mean, I would love to be in a situation where the city just put aside a couple $100,000 a year and they gave a candidate X amount of dollars to raise the number of signatures it needed to do, so you had legitimate candidates, and then we didn't have this one side versus another, because realistically, in the city, you only have one organization that really will back somebody, and if you don't get that organization, and you know they're going to walk, then you're stuck raising a lot of dough to walk for your own people, because you're not going to have that support. So there's everybody's fighting for one group to support them, and that gets in kind. But if you're gonna combat it, you got to pay, and so you're talking 40, 50 grand to combat the walking and things of that nature. So realistically, you do have to look at the numbers.
Okay. All right, well, I'll transition then just to rules of procedure.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mayor. There, before, in your packet, you should have just a quick memo on the items that we worked on, and certainly thanks to all of you, but in particular, Councilman Block. He took quite a bit of time to kind of work with us and go through this, so I'll just quickly go through this. The primary focus were on a couple of areas, namely public participation in meetings. Just globally through the document, there was a reference to citizens. That has been changed, so now it is just members of the public. It's pretty simple. The second item was the mayor's request. Currently, in your rules of procedure, zoning applicants have 20 minutes. And as y'all know, we've had a lot of those cases, so the thought was to reduce that from 20 minutes to 10 minutes. And if there are speakers, to give the applicant an additional 5 minutes so that they can provide rebuttal or be available for questions. So that's probably one significant change. The third set really deals with changing the name of the Citizens Forum to just Public Forum, or public comments and items that are not listed on the agenda. There has never been a limit on the number of total speakers. If there's multiple speakers, you all amended these rules of procedure just to allow, if you had 50 people showing up, really just understanding to have an orderly meeting, give them the opportunity to pick a few people to represent them, but we'd never put in there kind of a cap. So it would be like 50 people show up, we provide up to 5 people that can represent and give them additional time. So rather than 3 minutes per person, so rather than 150 minutes, you would pick 5 people, they get 5 minutes, 25 minutes. The third one under that section really just had to do with, and this is what the city of Plano does, and it really is not to foreclose someone from sending in like video, but God bless Fernando. Y'all have seen sometimes in a meeting where people are just bringing up things. Anyone in security knows that's like one of the fundamental things of training. You don't just take a thumb drive, so it just sometimes can be cumbersome in the middle of a meeting. So it really is just to say public comment is really for public comment and really not we're not doing video and audio visual, but folks are absolutely they can submit that to the
Plus, you
city
never know what's
secretary's
in the
office or
thumb
submit.
drive.
Yeah. Will they still be able to
That's what
use
I'm
the
more worried
overhead
about.
projector?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not foreclosing someone.
My biggest
If they
thing
can
on
bring
the
a
thumb
picture.
drive was just, you don't know what's in that thumb drive, if there's a virus or if there's something else, or what picture's going to show up.
Yeah. 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 Right. If it hasn't been reviewed, right. So, and it's not a uncommon requirement.
Oh, yeah, the overhead.
The last section just really deals with just decorum and debate in a meeting. And just, without laboring it, we updated and kind of took a look at current prevailing law. There have been lots of issues relating to this. And so just really wanting to highlight that, the purpose of all these rules are really to just maintain order and efficient meetings. And so that's really the language that you see, just some clean up so it's easier to deal with that. We have had to add to the disruption of a meeting also includes nonverbal behavior, including but not limited to disrobing, throwing objects, waving objects overhead, stomping a feet, or using of obscene gestures. And so that was a new one, but we all felt like that was reasonable. And the reason to put these in the rules is, once they are placed in the rules, then we're not ad hoc making.
We're not making sausage.
Right. It is these are rules. Please keep your clothes on. And then really outlining the order of what we do. And I think this is probably the most important piece. It's on page 12. The mayor or the mayor pro tem or deputy mayor pro tem, whoever is the presiding officer, the responsibility to control folks who disrupt the peace and good order of a meeting, and just essentially that you call the person to order, advising them of the infraction. You give them the direction to please cease it, or they will be asked to leave the meeting. They fail to do that, you order them to leave the meeting. And this is extraordinary, but if the offending person is a member of council, this has never been an issue, the presiding officer shall call for a vote for the expulsion of that council member. That's in your rules today, but I will just say that. And then just to clarify that if a person refuses to leave, at that point, the presiding officer can request the security officer to remove the person. And Mayor, our thought was, once, if the rules are adopted, there will be a script for anyone that is presiding over a meeting, and we will probably have it color-coded so that these steps, and Shanae and I will have that as well just to guide you, because where people get in trouble is you don't warn, you don't give an opportunity to cure. People are sometimes getting arrested and off. There is an extraordinary remedy in the penal code for someone that is disrupting the peace, but that is extraordinary. This is more of just trying to bring some order to a meeting. That's it. I know there's some questions and feedback on that, but I know the time on this today is probably limited, and we can certainly bring it back, but I just wanted to.
Since John worked on it, I want to hear from John.
Okay. Thank you very much for bringing this. I really appreciated your work and Shanae's work on this. It was a very good experience sitting down with you guys and kind of hashing a lot of this out. We had a lot of feedback from that work session when we kind of first talked about this. And most of that got incorporated in here. Some of it didn't, and that was just kind of a back and forth collaborative process. So I really appreciate you guys working with me on that. The Section 6, Item J, it's one of those things, in a year or two, there's going to be a new member of council or a candidate that gets this and reads it, and they're going to wonder, how did this become a thing? Well, if you're watching this, ask, because it's a good story, but yeah. One of the other things that we worked on was some ancillary materials, like little postcards that we can hand out. I know that wasn't really part of this item, but I wanted to bring that up and just say that since that's not part of the rules of procedure themselves, that doesn't need to be here today, but I hope we will move forward with having that as just an administrative change that we can make, that Shanae's department can make on their own administratively. So looking forward to all of that. I think this is a good move in the right direction, so thank you.
Okay. Thank you all for a great day. We had a lot of information, a lot to go over. We'll try to get a little break in before we start our meeting at 7 o'clock. And if we can
Can I ask, do y'all have a consensus to move forward with these changes? Because they are in a resolution form.
yeah, I think,
If y'all are good, we can bring it back
yeah, let's bring
at
it
your
On an
back.
next
agenda.
meeting.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Shanae.
Okay, we'll stand adjourned. John, you were